I'm going. Waiting for my preview to tell me. There we go. Hello, everybody. I think we actually have everything working right this time. Figured out all the changes that YouTube made. I'm checking my other monitor over here to make sure that it looks like it's going and it's telling me I'm up. So, hope everybody is doing wonderful on this Saturday afternoon. That you've been able to enjoy whatever it is you're doing. A bunch of us have had rain and storms, and our morning started off nice and loud and ugly. It wasn't pretty. There we go. Um, we had so much fun last Saturday. I thought that it would be a lot of fun to try it again, to do some of the same thing, but also to do things a little bit different. I've got a few other things to possibly show you. I don't have the time restriction this time. My wife, unfortunately, is not feeling well. It is not coronavirus. She's got something kind of like strep throat, and she is actually camped out over in my church office and has kind of made that her bedroom for the last couple days so she can sleep away from our dogs and cats who really want attention when she doesn't feel good and things like that. So she is sleeping and resting over there, which means I don't necessarily have the time restriction I normally would. So as long as we've got people watching and having fun, and I'm feeling good, we will probably roll with all of this. So hopefully we'll have a lot of fun. Figure we'll again watch a couple of my old videos. I have a couple video clips that have not been on YouTube at all ever, so we should have some fun showing those. I've also got a few other things kind of hiding over here on the side, so we can kind of pull some of that up, and we will just see where we go. So if you've got questions, comments, please don't hesitate to ask them. I'm even going to do something dangerous here. Don't scare me with this. I might even answer favorite questions. I know, be still my heart. If you've been watching me for a while, you will understand the joke in that. But I will go ahead and I will try and actually give real answers to those. If we've got a question about have I ever done a video, I will try and put links up and stuff like that. So, let me see here. New around here, what year did I start working at a theme park? Oh yes, Joe, you're definitely new. I worked at Busch Gardens for 2 years, from 2004 to 2006 as a Rhino Rally driver. I was at Walt Disney World as a PhotoPass photographer from 2006 to 2011, so 5 years. That I was pretty much full-time that whole time, with a brief 5-6 month break in there because I was getting cancer treatments. And then I was 3 years full-time at Silver Dollar City in Branson from 2012 to 14 as a train robber and conductor. So, spent a little bit of time out there. Who is that guy? I don't know. Who's the guy with the green name and what's up with that? so, so what I thought we would do, just to kind of kick things off, it looks like we're starting to have some people sign in a little bit, is I thought I'd go ahead and pull up one video first to kind of give us a starting point here. And let's see, my channel, So, let's see. We're knighted to be called SirWillow. You know what? I know I've had a number of people asking me about that lately. And I know I usually kind of refer everybody to the FAQ that is on my Facebook page. If you go to facebook.com/TheSirWillow or to SirWillow.com. Yes, I do actually have a website. There's an FAQ there, and I talk about that, but I don't know that I've ever actually talked about where the whole nickname came from. So, way back around 1996, I'm trying to think if that's right. I want to say 1996 to 1998. I was actually teaching at a private high school up in Sacramento, California. I was their full-time sub, but I did have a couple classes that I had to take over as the regular teacher. And while I was teaching at this school, the students would tease me that I looked a little bit like Willow from the movie Willow. Let's see here. And I think I've got the figure actually at my office. Anyways, if you look at the movie posters for the movie Willow, you know what? I can actually even have some fun here. I will just pull up a quick image and I will share it with you. And that way you can kind of see what I am talking about. So, let's see. Okay. So let's pull this guy up here, and I'll slide this out so you can kind of see the picture a little bit. That guy right there. The students thought that I looked a little bit like him, and I guess you could see some resemblance, and I'm not real tall. I'm 5'7" or so. And so they started calling me Willow. Well, the internet was still brand new at that time, and so I started to use the nickname or the handle Willow at that point. Online, as well as we would play laser tag together as a group, and so that was my name there. Well, what I found out was there were two basic problems with using Willow online. One, people thought it was a girl because there were a number of girls named Willow. And two, it was also fairly common. And so what I did was I started sticking the Sir in front of it to kind of solve that problem. Well, there have since I've basically used it ever since then. So you can thank my old high school students who are now all married and with kids and in their 30s and that stuff. But that is actually where the nickname came from, and that is why I am SirWillow. The high school students dubbed me Willow, and then just in continuing to use the nickname, I added the Sir to help it stand out and be unique. So if you do a Google search for SirWillow now, probably 90% of the hits that you get, the returns, are me. There are a couple other people here and there that have used it, like somebody else used it on Twitter before me, and on Twitch, but otherwise it's more than likely me. Although if it looks like it's got a skull and death head stuff, that's that other person. I have no idea who they are. So that is where SirWillow came from. I know, Craig, inconceivable. So there you go. There's your Wallace Shawn throwback reference for you. Although I guess I could probably look a little bit more like the Ferengi he played on Deep Space Nine, but we won't go there. So anyways, let me just kind of get something tossed out here for a little fun. Did I ever have a knighting ceremony? No, nobody actually wanted to knight me. I just kind of dubbed myself. What would that look like with a sword? Do you kind of whack yourself in the head? I don't All right. Let me pull up a video here. Let's have a little bit of fun. We'll get that going. And then as we get rolling, please don't hesitate to give me your suggestions, your ideas, and fun stuff like that. Here's a video that I have not played in quite a while. It's called Not All Moments Are Good Moments. This is actually the 9th episode. And you can see, you'll notice in this one, I hadn't shaved. My lighting is off a little bit because I've got the light from the window at the side and I'm slightly out of focus. But it should be a fun video and it should be kind of cool to see what y'all think of. And this is actually one of the first videos I started off where I actually had a lead. What were my worst moments at a park? Let me tell you. It was rare for me to have a bad day when I was working at the theme parks. My work days at Busch Gardens, at Disney World, at Silver Dollar City were always good days, with the very rare exception. And the vast majority of the time, it was a lot of fun. The guests were great, they were there to have fun, and you just wanted to make them happy, and that's what made the job so great. But of course, just a side note, when I say I rarely had bad days, I honestly could count on one hand in 5 years at Disney how many bad days I had. It was 3. So really, it was, love my job. But yes, you can see how far my technical skills and equipment have come since this point. Of course, just like every other place, there were those moments when things didn't go quite as you planned, and then it made for some very interesting times. At Busch Gardens, my problem came because of my driving skills. I like to think I'm a pretty good driver, but when you start sitting in the vehicle on the wrong side and you're driving a large 16-passenger truck and you're trying to make sure you're not hitting animals and boulders, well, every now and then something will happen. I had one time I was coming around the corner over by the elephant pen, and all of a sudden you hear this crunch. Oops. Hit the rock. The worst problem I really had at Rhino Rally was on the water part one time. The water part of Rhino Rally, you would drive up onto this bridge. Okay, I really should talk more about hitting this rock. The Paws of Doom. Ooh. When you start on Rhino Rally at the time, As you came out of the station, you would make a slight left turn to go up to this bridge. That's where you give all your directions and everything else. You would then cross a bridge and come down into the elephant pen, where you would make a sharp right turn. Well, you had to make sure that you waited far enough to make that sharp right turn, because there were these large concrete rocks that were there. And if you turn just a little too soon, yeah, you hit the rock. And that is what I did, was I hit that rock right on the side, and then it was like, oh my gosh, how bad did I hurt the truck? Is the Land Rover massacred? Did I hit the wheel, or did I just hit the side? I don't know, and I can't get out because I'm in a wild animal pen, plus I have guests in there, and so I pulled to the side, and I'm kind of half freaking out, but trying not to freak out, because I got people in the Land Rover, and what do I do? What do I do? So I call in and say, yeah, I hit the rock, and I don't know if I'm damaged or not. Well, I'm still trying to entertain these poor people, and we're parked, and nobody else can move because I'm stopped. And after several minutes of going around trying to keep them entertained and not worrying too much, my boss finally says, just drive it around and we'll see how you do. Okay, so I had to drive the rest of the ride, and I'm like stopped right at the beginning. Drive the rest of the ride. I've got these poor guests that are in the Land Rover who know I've had an accident. They're not real happy at this point because I've messed up good. And I'm trying to do this ride while telling jokes, and they're not in a joking mood now. And hoping that I didn't damage the Land Rover. And oh my gosh, it was the most miserable ride ever. And I must have apologized 100 times, and I'm sorry, folks. And oh, it was terrible. And the Land Rover just had some scratches. It was no big deal, but I did get written up for it, which did actually come back to haunt me later. But it was just bad. No damage. There really wasn't a big issue, but yeah. Oh, not a good memory. You would get stuck, and then the bridge would break, and you would start floating down the river. And you'd scream and yell and make it look like you were in a panic because something bad was going to happen, even though everybody knew there wasn't. Well, on this, there's one little waterfall. Not very big, just a little one. And it would get the back seat wet. Well, I had one lady that apparently didn't want to get wet. For lack of a better way to describe this, the water part of Rhino Rally was like a roller coaster underwater. And it was actually designed by a roller coaster company. So you didn't dare move because it was going to be really dangerous if you slipped and fell. This lady didn't care. I could see her as soon as we start getting near that waterfall. She's up out of her seat. Ma'am, sit down, sit down. And she's moving. She's actually crawling across the people next to her. Needless to say, that was a quickie stop. And then she yelled at me, why'd you stop the ride? Well, man, because you're trying to kill yourself. But that was about as bad as it got. We got her seated, we eventually got the water going again, and we continued on with the ride. With me not real happy with this lady for not paying attention to some basic safety rules. There's a reason they tell you to sit down and stay seated. Do it! At Disney... This actually happened twice. Once when I was driver, once when I was passenger. The one time when I was driver, I mean... I do have a picture, and I'll try and show it to you later. There really is roller coaster tracks, and then there's this whole drive belt pulley system under the water that's actually moving your vehicle through the water. And yes, you could get hurt, and she did. She jumped up, and she's, you know, as well as you can run in a 4-seat across vehicle. And I was like, oh my goodness, please. I had to e-stop us, because we have a big red button on the dashboard. You hit that drains all the water in the deal, to try to eliminate safety. Your vehicle stops immediately, trying to make sure nobody gets injured, and then you're stuck. And you either have to wait for them to restart the whole system, which can take a while, or to come evacuate you. And I'm just going, oh, want to keep... Yeah, because she didn't want to get a few drops of water. It wasn't that wet. It was literally like a squirt gun, 2-3 shots from a squirt gun. That was about it. It's like, oh my goodness. So now we're stuck because you didn't want to get wet. Thanks a lot, ma'am. I just want you to realize that you risked your life and your family's... I lectured her. I ripped into her. The other time it happened, I was actually a passenger. I was riding in the Land Rover with my kids. We're in the back. And the lady in the second or third row, she wasn't even near the water, gets up and jumps. And the driver didn't see it at that moment. And so I yelled from the back seat, sit down! Scared the crud out of him. The driver was heading for the at that point started to reach for the red button, and she sat down again. But I was like, you could have gotten hurt or killed. Don't do that. You mess up everything because you don't want to get a few drops. We get back to the station. She was a good 10, 15 years older than me at that point. We get back to the station, finish the ride. They unload us, and husband walks back, gets off and starts walking to me and says, "You don't talk to my wife that way." I'm like, "Well, sir, if you want to become a widower, that is totally appropriate. But apparently I value your wife's life more than you do." At that point, the two ride ops that were on the deck, were looking up, and I looked at them and said, "Oh, she got up in the middle of the water portion." "Oh," and he says, "Don't you?" And both of them said, "Sir, you're going to walk away now, and you're going to leave him alone. You're going to get an escort out of the park because you've already violated park safety rules." Slightly short version, but yeah, he wanted to fight because his wife tried to kill herself. Anyway. World, in 5 years, somehow I got lucky and blessed, and I almost never had a problem. I had a couple really goofy guests, but I really didn't run into any medical issues. I didn't run into any fights. But there was one time. I remember I was over in Norway. Norway was a little crowded. People were coming out of the restaurant, and people were waiting to go in and go see the princesses. As I was walking by in there looking for some pictures to take, all of a sudden I hear this little girl scream. She's probably about 6 or 7, and she and her brother had been playing ninja fights. And brother took a roundhouse kick and caught her right in the mouth. When I got over there, at this point, the poor little girl, she's just bleeding, or the older brother said, they're kind of going, "What did I do?" I think that was the only time I ever actually had to call first aid. But we got her taken care of, and that was about the worst I got at Disney. Silver Dollar City, working on the train there, we had stuff happen. Older train engines, and just the people, we would get some weird stuff. I can remember one time I was out in the woods as a robber. We're waiting for the train. We know it passed us by on one side, and we're down there waiting for it to come around so we can start our robbery show, and it doesn't come. And it doesn't come. And it still doesn't come. At this point, though, the robber and I looked at each other and went, something happened. We started walking up the railroad tracks, only to find that the side rods that attached the wheels together and helped them all go, one of them had actually fallen completely off the train. It was stuck out there in the woods, not able to move until they could figure out how to get this thing back on. That took about an hour, hour and a half of these poor guests sitting there on the train, waiting to be able to go again, because it's a long walk back from where they were. But that wasn't too bad. We managed to get it fixed, and we got them back into town and had a little bit of fun on the side of the train while they were there waiting, kept them entertained. If you ever ride the train at Silver Dollar City, one of the things they will drill into you is the pull cord. Part of the preload spiel is actually telling people not to pull that cord. The conductor will actually tell you that cord is to be pulled in a medical emergency. If that cord is pulled and we find out it is not a medical emergency, we will arrange one for you. And he flashes his 20-gauge shotgun, trying to make the point that it's for medical emergencies. And we tell you again when you get on the train. But every now and then you get somebody that will pull it anyways thinking they were funny. Especially the ones in the train station. "Oh yeah? Watch this." And then you would just sit there because now you have to go through all the safety checks and protocols to turn it off and make sure you're cleared to go and that nobody was actually hurt or injured or had a problem.
It's not funny to pull the pull cord.
The worst one I had was a 10 to 12-year-old kid. We were on our way back after the robbery, and there's a tunnel that you go through, and they pulled it right at the tunnel. Why? They just wanted to see what happened.
Don't pull the pull cord.
The worst thing that we had was one poor gentleman, wonderful guest, sweet man. He's getting onto the train and somehow caught his head on part of the overhead thing, and it cut him from here to here. Can we say ow? Not just ow, but of course your head, when it gets cut, it starts to bleed. One of my biggest frustrations working at parks is because of the safety and the lawsuits and everything, they really tried to discourage regular employees and cast members from doing first aid. Wait till first aid gets there. Wait till the trained professionals get there. Which means you're standing there looking at this person that's hurt, and if it's not a life or death situation, you're basically supposed to be hands off, which is terrible. And this poor man's bleeding, and we ended up, because we don't have first aid supplies, had to grab a diaper from somebody and use that to try and help stop it until first aid got there. It was not a pleasant situation. Thankfully, the guest was a wonderfully well-meaning, understanding guest. He was a doctor, his wife was a nurse, and they were laughing about it. How you laugh about your head getting cut? I don't know, but they did, and we were really grateful. And it turned out it wasn't as bad an injury as it looked like, because head injuries often look worse than they actually are. I never really saw anybody get seriously hurt, and that was one thing that I was so grateful at. Thank you for watching. Please like, please share, extra trailer please because comment. Don't forget it down below. Thank you. It's always fun seeing some of my technical stuff from way back then. It's like, oh, I forgot to film a closer. Let's clip it from another video and tuck it in. So, yeah, the guy that cut his head, it was a little screw that had just come down from the top of one of the overhangs, just a little tiny bit, and he managed to catch it, and it was ugly. They got him new shirts and gave him a free dinner. He didn't want anything. He was like, yeah, stuff happens. Couldn't believe what a wonderful, understanding person he was, because he really was. And yeah, the train falling apart every now and then because they're old engines. These things were built in the 1940s. Stuff happens. In the case of the one piece coming apart, it was actually a cotter pin sheared. And trying to get something out there to substitute as a cotter pin because they didn't have any out there, and trying to get something just to work to hold it together so we could get back into town and then they could fix it properly. And that's what they were doing. If a guest is trained, can they help with first aid? No. Nope. And the reason why we were not allowed to do first aid is simply because of legal liabilities and lawsuits. All of that kind of stuff. If a guest or an employee does first aid and does it improperly, it can cause a bigger injury, and that just causes far more problems. So you have to wait for first aid in a case like that. You cannot do something else, even if what you need to do is obvious. The one exception on that is in the case of like a heart attack. We were all trained on CPR. We did actually have a defibrillator that was there, so we could do that and get that started until first aid got there. And one of my coworkers actually did have to do that once over on Outlaw Run. Had one of the guys working, of all things, have a heart attack. So it does occasionally happen, but outside of CPR, first aid really was a big no-no. And that's true for Disney as well. That's why when the little girl got kicked in the face, I was just, I'm sorry, keep everybody away until first aid gets here. Don't move, don't do anything else. Let first aid do it because they're the ones trained, and it's going to protect everybody from lawsuits and stuff. So anytime you go to a theme park, that's the deal. And you'll actually find even like traffic accidents and stuff anymore, unless it is a life-threatening thing, they ask people not to do first aid because of possibly getting sued. Hulk Shooter is a first responder. You probably understand that you're told, hey, if you come across an accident, wait till the ones on duty get there, because you don't know if somebody's trained or not. So that's kind of all of that. Yeah, it never really had to deal with them at Magic Mountain, and that was the only one I had at Disney, but we had a couple at Silver Dollar City. So just kind of looking through here. Oh, yes, trips to Europe. I have been to Disneyland Paris, went a couple years ago. I did get to go to Israel. Both of those trips were paid for totally and completely by other people because there's no way my budgets allow it. I would love to go to Europe again. I really would. Both of those trips were absolutely amazing, and I can show you clips and stuff from those later. But, I don't know when it'll happen again. I would love to go, though. Let's see. Talk about the AEDs on the cave tour. Yeah, the cave tour has 5 AEDs spaced out throughout it. Have I ever had to help a choking victim? No, not. Thankfully. Let's see here. Daughter made it safe to South Korea. Awesome, but she has to self-isolate in her apartment. Hey, let's get here and then go sit in the room for 2 weeks. Yep. Not surprised, but hey, at least she got there safely, and that they were able to get it. I'll bet she probably had a pretty empty plane, too. Seems like most of that. Let's see here. I am allowed to first aid because it's part of driving school. Thomas, no. If it is a life-threatening situation, that is fine. But if you were in a theme park or something like that, they're not going to let you. Again, if you come across an accident and it's a life-threatening situation, Unfortunately, I have known people that have been sued. It's good to know first aid, especially with your family, but unless you are an absolutely trained first responder, paramedic, firefighter, police officer, something like that, don't. And even then, a lot of them will tell you if you're off duty, don't, because of liability reasons. It's a scary thing now. It's not a situation I would ever want to be in where you have to choose whether to help somebody or not, knowing you could get sued. So, Joel, should Mickey be updated? Whew. Yes, thank you for the question, Joel, on that one. And tell you what, let me hold on to that because I did tell Two Real Geeks I was going to come back to her question as well, which I don't want to forget. Let's see here. Find it. Oh, sure, I got weird questions on the train. I've actually done a couple videos, one of which I played last time. We would get the normal questions, when does the train get back? How long is it? And we had all sorts of goofy, snarky answers for it. The train is 4 engines, or 4 engines. Whew, that's a lot of engines. How long is the train? 1 engine and 4 cars. When does it get back? When it's done. When does it leave? When it's ready. But then we would have people that obviously weren't thinking, are there any loops on this? Yes, sir. There's 1 loop. And that's what we would tell them. Yep, there's 1 loop. What? Yeah, it goes this way, not this way. We have people, how fast does it go? As fast as it needs to. 11 miles an hour was the top speed. Has anybody ever fallen off? Don't be the first. We would get a lot of crazy questions. But I loved that we had the freedom to answer them as ridiculous answers as well. So it was really a lot of fun that way. Let me try and get this next video here. And then try to get another couple of these questions. Let's see here. So, Joel, should Mickey be updated? If you don't know, Mickey, way back when he first started, was a little bit of an obnoxious little turkey. Which he's not so much now. Now he's a sweet, kind gentleman, and Disney encourages that. He has become such an ambassador to all sorts of places that they probably will never allow him outside of that role again. They won't let him be the original Mickey that he was for the first, 20 cartoons or so. But I would like to see that. And a good example of that is Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny, one of his catchphrases is, "Ain't I a stinker?" And if you watch the Bugs Bunny cartoons, they're still stinking funny. They're hilarious. Mickey's aren't quite so much. Although I will say the new Mickey Mouse cartoons, I'm not keen on the art style, but they have kind of harkened back to that a little bit. He is a little bit more obnoxious. But as much as I would like to see him updated and go retro, I don't think he ever will. Donald really serves that role now as the temperamental, sarcastic jerk that you love. So, let's see. Got to go to Israel last September. It was fantastic. Yes. I would love to go to Israel again. Absolutely love. Full plane of Koreans trying to get out of the U.S. Wow, that's interesting. Move to Israel soon. Why did I visit if you can ask? Yeah, sure you can ask. I'm a pastor. My wife actually has Jewish heritage, but we went on a 12-day tour all over the place, all the religious sites and stuff, and several of the archaeological sites and things like that. Absolutely loved it. I do actually have a couple highlight videos on my channel, but I can even come back later and play a couple clips from that too. But I want to hit the 5 types of annoying guests first because Pikachu asked for that. Did we run out of toilet paper? Nope, not even close. My wife got paid right when people started to realize this was going to go crazy, and she gets paid once a month. So I did my normal grocery shopping and bought 3 to 4 weeks of toilet paper because that's what I normally do. And we have actually given some of that out to other people who didn't get any. But no, we didn't. We still have a decent little stash. I probably got another week and a half worth in there. So let's see here. Here on Estonian roads, still allowed. Now, Estonia is not the United States. They're not as ridiculously sue happy there as they are here. A good example in Paris Disneyland, I watched people do some dumb things that if they were here in the States, people would have been begging them, please don't climb on that. Please don't go over there. Please don't climb on the fence. Please don't sit on the fence. Please don't go over the others. In Paris, they looked at him and went, hey, you get hurt, you get injured because of your own stupidity. Too bad, your own fault. I wish we'd do that here. But a little bit different culture. Okay, just a bunch of cardboard boxes and we make lots of noise. I got that shirt somewhere too, London. So let me go ahead. I'm going to hit this 5 types of annoying guests. I'm kind of watching the questions because I want to keep us rolling here. But this is the one. You got to love the purple shirt. So if you see some great little distortions in the picture, and hey, don't I look orange? This will make you really appreciate how far my technical stuff has come. Thank my patrons and members because they're the ones who help pay for new camera gear and new sound gear and new lighting. So, all right. There's going to be some people that just get on your nerves. That's true at theme parks as well. Here are 5 types of guests that would just get on my nerves while I was working. I got the new intro here. No more signature handle this one. This is a later video too. One thing you learn while working at different theme parks is that there are some types of guests that seem to just kind of go from park to park to park, and they're at all of them. I jokingly refer to them as the dumb guests or the silly guests, but sometimes they were just really annoying. And you could see the same type of guests at each of the parks. So here are 5 types of guests that I found to truly be annoying when I was working at the theme parks. The first kind of guest that would get on my nerves is the ones that thought they knew everything. These are the ones that you hear in line telling all sorts of stats and statistics and information and factoids. Did you know that Walt Disney used to have a real fancy apartment in the castle? Yeah, the only way you can stay in it now is if you pay lots of money. Most of the time, it's completely inaccurate. They've got this really cool ride over there in the ball called Starship. It's where Jefferson Starship got their name from. They're the ones that you'll hear in the line for a roller coaster going, did you know this roller coaster crashed 20 years ago? Killed 33 people. They had it open 4 days later. No, it didn't. I've heard people at Silver Dollar City trying to talk about, dude, I know all about these trains. They've got 8 engines, and they can run 4 trains at a time. It's awesome when they get all 8 engines on the tracks at once. No, there's 1 train on the tracks unless it's Christmas. Then there's 2. There's only 2 trains anyways. And you just hear people give out all sorts of ridiculous information, trying to show how much they know. They've got 1 engine they've been running here for over 100 years. Don't know how they've done it since the park's only been open since 1961, but that's what they said. Unfortunately, most... By the way, those are the train things are referring to Silver Dollar City, not to Disney. So just to make sure that's clear. Guests don't know any better, and so they're going, oh yeah, that's cool. And they're really just being dumb. Probably the worst part about this kind of guest for me is that I am this kind of guest sometimes. Because I love parks and roller coasters and stuff so much, I've just kind of gleaned over the years all sorts of useless information that most people don't care about. The company that built this roller coaster, this is the first big coaster that they ever really built. It was the first wood coaster to go upside down in over 100 years. It actually goes upside down 3 times, and its first drop is 89.5 degrees. That's the steepest drop on any wood coaster. Hey, why are you walking away? Come on now, you should be interested in this. It's fascinating stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I've had people ask me, what roller coaster are you talking about here? Son of Beast, right? Nope. I was actually talking about Outlaw Run, and you can see I even messed myself up. Outlaw Run was not the first wood coaster to go upside down in 100 years. Son of Beast was. But Son of Beast only went upside down once. Outlaw Run does 3 times. So yes, even in my own deal, I messed up my own facts. There's times in lines that I'm the one spouting off the stuff that nobody knows or cares and going, yeah, ain't I cool? It's really sad. But don't be that kind of guest. My wife is in a habit now. My kids are just giving me an elbow when I start. Oh, sorry. Especially when the stuff isn't true. Did you know that Mickey didn't even appear in his first cartoon? No, he was over off on the side of the screen where you couldn't see him, and all you heard was his scream as they killed him. Ah! If you have... By the way, I actually heard that from a guest. In fact, almost everything in here, I have actually heard people at parks say seriously. This isn't me just making up random stupidity. This is real stupidity that I've actually heard and had people try to convince me of. Ooh. Have to give out information? At least make sure that you're giving out correct information. The second kind of guest? The one that doesn't know anything. The one you're kind of sitting there looking at going, hello! They're the ones that walk up to you and ask, what park is this? So are there any rides in this park? Especially ones that go fast and upside down. I don't want just boring kiddie stuff. Where am I? Disney World. So where's the Harry Potter? Map? You have maps? Dude, what do you mean the park closes in an hour? I just got here. Why didn't you at least look to see what time the park is open and closed if you just got here? Hello? I've watched people get upset because they had to pay to get in a theme park. It's not free. Mm-hmm. It costs money. I watched a guest one time get upset because they couldn't put their wheelchair on a roller coaster. You see people that they know how to buckle the seatbelts in their cars, but a seatbelt on a ride, they don't know how to do that. It's the same thing. And it just cracks me up how clueless some people get. They'll be standing in front of a snack bar. Hey, where can I get a drink? Turn around. It's right there. Every park has their own saying about the guests. In Silver Dollar City, we'd say that they lock their brains in the trunk. At Disney World, we joked that the finger scanners would suck the brains right out. But it was amazing how many completely clueless people would show up at a park. If you're going to go to a theme park, do some basic research first, like how much do the tickets cost? When do they open? When do they close? We always used to laugh at the people at Silver Dollar City who complain, why are there so many hills in this here park? Because you're in the middle of the Ozark Mountains. And yeah, they're not big mountains, but still, don't be a clueless person in a theme park. It's annoying. The third kind of guest that would be really annoying were the people who didn't think the rules applied to them. Parks have rules for a reason. Some of them are unwritten but common sense, like everybody has to wait in line. Others are there for your safety, like you have to be so high to be able to ride a ride. Those rules are there for everybody to help you have a good time, to help you be safe. And no, you are not an exception to the rule. And people would think they were. Christmas at Silver Dollar City, we'd see this a lot. The steam train would get a huge long line at Christmas, and we would have people that would want to cut the line, bring a group of 20 people straight up to the front of the line and skip everything else. What do you mean I gotta wait in line like everybody else? I paid a lot of money to get in this here park. Well, yeah, so did the 2,000 people in line already waiting. I should be getting special treatment. Don't you know who I am? Don't you see who I am? Yeah, don't you see who they are? Go get in line! Some parks have reserved seating for special pass holders or people who bought show tickets at their shows. Those seats are reserved for them. I would watch people all the time, regular guests, just walk over and just sit down. Forget the signs that are right there. Sir, that's a reserved seat. Yeah, I'm sitting here already. Do you have that ticket? No, but I'm sitting here already. Move! Rules apply! I watched people over the years get upset when parks would not let them into the park early. You see everybody else waiting for the park to open? You do too. What do you mean I gotta wait? Because it's not open yet. What do you mean it's closed? I'm here. Well, that's usually what it means when it's closed. And why can't I go in the employee access? Are you an employee? No. Do I look like an employee to you? Duh. Then you don't belong there. What do you mean I can't just sit on the stage? And just why can't I go around that barrier? Who are you to tell me I can't go over there? We'd watch people all the time. You would see solid fences and they would go over the fences. It's there for a reason. Get out! So, people who don't think rules apply to them, yeah, they're annoying. The fourth kind of guest that would be annoying were the ones who were completely oblivious to everything around them. Sometimes it was kind of funny because you would watch them not paying attention to where they're going and they'll walk into a wall or a post or somebody else. That was kind of amusing. They would also just be utterly clueless and ruin other moments for people. At Disney, we would be out on the street taking pictures, and I can't tell you how often we'd have somebody that would walk right into the middle of the picture and stop. And we would only be about 4 feet apart. It's obvious. Here's this photographer talking real loud to the people in front of him to take a picture. Huh? What? Is something going on? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I in your way? I didn't notice. They'd walk into the middle of character meet and greets. There's a line? I didn't see it. Yeah, that's just those 50 people standing over there. Oh. Hello? At Magic Kingdom, they've got a trolley that's pulled by a horse right down the middle of Main Street. And I would watch people out there as the trolley is approaching, just standing completely oblivious to the fact that this thing is bearing down on them. Not realizing that a trolley is several tons, and once that horse gets going, it doesn't stop. I had at least 3 times that I had to physically grab somebody and move them out of the way of the trolley so they didn't get run over because they were oblivious and ignoring people yelling at them and ignoring everything going on. No clue. Get out of the way before you die. Don't be oblivious. I had one man, his family was on the tracks at Disney, Magic Kingdom. The trolley is coming. They see it coming. I'm telling him, sir, you got to move. I just got to get this picture. No, sir, you need to move. I'm taking a picture. Sir, you really need to get out of there. Can't you see I'm taking a picture? And at that point, I grabbed him because the trolley, the horse was like right there. And he, I pull him out of the way, didn't drag him down or anything. He comes up, he's like, I ought to deck. And at that point, the lady on the trolley looks at him and yells, he just saved your life, you idiot. I was like, thank you. But he was ready to fight me because I saved him from getting run over. Goober. Oblivious. Be aware of your surroundings when you're at theme parks. The last group of people I want to talk about is one that I saw much more at Disney sometimes because I love parks and roller coasters. There. We'd watch people all the time.
Sorry about that.
You would see solid fences and they would go over the fences. It's there for a reason. Get out. So people who don't think rules apply to them, yeah, they're annoying. The fourth kind of guest that would be annoying were the ones who were completely
Sorry about that. I hit a
oblivious
button
to
here because I was
everything
going to type a
around.
response and it jumped. Haha.
It could be somebody that hasn't checked on a ride their whole trip, making it the last thing and then getting there and finding out it's down because
That's not where we were. Let's see.
because
We're
they
gonna get
were
a little repeat.
oblivious
Sorry, guys.
and ignoring people yelling at them and ignoring everything going on. No clue. Get out of the way before you die. Don't be oblivious. Be aware of your surroundings when you're at theme parks. The last group of people I want to talk about is one that I saw much more at Disney, and that's the people who wait till the very last second to do what they've been waiting for all trip, only to find out it's not going to happen. This could be somebody that hasn't checked on a ride their whole trip, making it the last thing and then getting there and finding out it's down because of maintenance reasons or something has to be fixed real quick and they can't get on. At Disney, this showed up with people waiting till the last second to meet a character. And I would run into this almost every other day. Wait! You gotta let us see them! We've been here for a week and we've been waiting all week just to see them! You can't let them leave, it'll ruin the whole trip for Bessie Sue! Well, if you were waiting the whole time, you should have come earlier. Should have come like on your first day. We would have people come up at the end of the day. The character is done for the day. Schedules are printed in the Times Guide, so it's available there. And as we're walking the character off for them to end their day... Wait! They can't wait for me? It's just me and my 3 kids and 12 cousins? Well, then you should have come earlier. No, they're done. Sorry. And we would have people get so mad, so upset, because we wouldn't force the character to stick around for them. Man, we've been here for a week. This is the very last thing we've got to do, and you're going to deprive us of it now? We've only got 2 hours until our plane leaves, and you're not going to let us see them? You're going to let them leave? Man, that's just jacked up. How could you be so mean? A lot
Watch
of
me.
times, these guests weren't being honest with us anyways. They really hadn't waited to the last second. They just happened to be coming by. But some genuinely did. They wanted to make it the very last thing. Don't make your most important thing your last thing on the trip, because you're likely to miss it. Occasionally you would see a child, and that would hurt when you'd have to tell the kid no, but you've got to get them off and let them out because of various rules and regulations and all sorts of other stuff. But when they had to leave, they had to leave. And when you have somebody who starts cussing you out because you won't bend a rule and they've waited the whole time because they didn't plan ahead, it would kind of put a damper at the end of a day. Don't wait till the end. If you got something special you want to do, plan it at the beginning. Do it early. Get it done so you don't miss it. If you go to Disney and you want to meet Cinderella or Tinkerbell or Winnie the Pooh or Mickey Mouse, don't wait till your last hour of your last day. Get it done early. It'll make everybody happier, you as well as those cast members that you would get mad at otherwise. So there's 5 kinds of guests that would get on our nerves while working at the parks. I'm sure there's more. Can you think of others? I'd love to hear it. If you work at a theme park, what were the kind of guests that would most get on your nerves? I'd love to hear your stories. Thanks so much for watching. God bless.
We would have a lot of people that would pull that. Got to be on the plane in 2 hours, and for Orlando, you really want to be at the airport 2.5 hours because Orlando's a busy airport. And yes, you were like, why? Drive you nuts. And yes, Suzanne, those who don't know, Suzanne Bryce was also a PhotoPass photographer. And yes, when somebody would come up, we waited to the last second to see this character and you're making him leave. There is a part of you that just wants to go, just because they were so rude. Never did that. But there definitely was a part of you that wanted to. So let's see. I'm trying to... Got flight of passage twice the first Disney World trip. Awesome. Hey, Robert in Seattle. Good to see you. The face you make when somebody cusses you out for no real reason. If you work at a theme park, you're going to get it. It's just a fact of life. At some point, you're going to have to tell a guest something that they don't want to hear or that they can't do what they want to do, and you're going to get it. Just get rid of it. I did want to point out one thing here that I found very interesting in the video. If you notice, I've got my pin vest here. So apparently I recorded this at the same time I did a video about my pins. I actually no longer have my pins on this vest. I've got too many now. So this poor vest got retired. This is actually, that bag there is all backs for pins. I actually have my pins now in binders, either attached to pages or using actual baseball card pages. And I have 7 binders full of pins. I don't have a problem. I've actually even got a stack of traders sitting right here, too. The funny thing is, I've got hundreds of pins. I know people that have thousands. Did I ever see a frequent guest become a cast member? Absolutely. You would see it at Disney fairly often, but I saw it at other parks as well. In fact, let me pull up a photo here that I have of one guy. We used to have one guy on the train who... my first year there, he rode all the time. His family would visit 3-4 times a year at least, and they'd be there for a few days, and he would ride the train multiple times. We actually joked he was like another train guy because he had the whole thing memorized. I had one time that he was riding in the back seat, and we were talking, and my voice was hurting, and so I just handed him the microphone, and I let him narrate all the way around, because he knew it. Well, lo and behold... his name was Coulter, and Coulter ended up getting a job. This is Coulter right in the middle. And yes, Coulter came out and actually worked on the train with us for a couple years as one of our guys because he knew the stuff. So yes, watch him go from a visitor. He still works out there. In fact, if you go on Facebook and you go to the You're from Silver Dollar City page, this is the guy that actually runs the page, is the one standing in the middle there. Coulter's the one who does it. So, yes, we would see that on a regular basis at both Disney and Silver Dollar City. So, good question. Magical Express pickups often 3.5-4 hours for a flight departure. Yeah. Magical Express, when I worked there, was kind of a new thing. It wasn't always available, so a lot of people were still booking their own ways to the airport. But, yes, you'd look at people like, really? So, let's see, trying to double check, make sure everything is going well here. Orange Man. I'm getting Facebook messages as well here. So, we got 84 of you on. Wow. Hey, good to have everybody here. So I'm trying to keep up with the questions. I know I'm missing some of them. My kids have been asking me to send them pics of us in Walt Disney World when they were kids. I've only got a couple pictures. In fact, when I was a child at Disneyland, the very first times I went. And so I can actually show you my first original Disneyland pictures. Let's see, where do I have them here? Because I actually found a couple and I scanned them in. There they are. So this is me as a child at Disneyland, me and my sister. So you can check out the difference in Captain Hook. That's my sister. This is me. So this is about 1978, 78, I think, was my first time. And then I know I went again in, it's 78, 79, somewhere right around there. And then we went again a little bit later. And then the other picture is right there. You can tell my dad was not a great photographer. Not real centered. This is also using an old 126 film camera that had a fixed focus and not good. This is my second trip, actually. So this would be 1984, right after the Olympics. Because that's my Olympics hat that Pluto has stolen. Yes, and Pluto still does the same trick today. Steals a hat and puts it on his head. So there's a couple old original Disneyland pictures. Oop. Yeah, you didn't really want to... I'm forgetting. I've got two screens here, and I'm forgetting which screen my mouse is on. Let's see here. Pin trading may be the least of your problems. Are you saying I've got issues, Craig? Let's see. Buy a GoPin Pro Pinfolio. The only problem, Hulk Shooter, is they won't fit. So I'm going to move my video camera here. I'm going to try not to get you all sick, okay? Fingers crossed. Sorry about this, but I'm going to show you the pins. So, hey, there's my ugly kitchen. Can you see all those colored binders there? The 3 black ones and then the other 4 colored? Yeah, that is all Disney pins. They're full. In fact, if I get any more pins, I've got to set up another binder because they're packed. They ain't going to fit in a pinfolio. Although my traders might. I don't have that many traders. I've got a little tray of fake ones. So if somebody wants fake pins, I'll be happy to trade you some. And then I got a couple others, which I trade. I've actually got a couple cast exclusive pins that I would trade if people want to trade. See, these are good examples of cast exclusives. They're safety pins. So I got those. I got a hotel one. This is also a cast exclusive, and it actually spins around. So there's a second side on there. And then I got a couple other old ones. There's an older pin, and there's an older pin. Good luck finding those anymore. You can find those on eBay for like $20. I got a couple newer pins from my Disneyland trip. I went, oh look, I bought more than one of those. And then the most expensive pin I've got, that's a $75 to $100 pin. And if you can't tell how big that pin is, there's another one. It's a big pin. So at some point I'll trade those. Okay, so there's a look at pins. Let's see here. Yes, I was blonde. I was a bright blonde. I can legitimately tell blonde jokes because my hair was this color as a child. Absolutely blonde. And then it gradually turned to a medium brown, and now it's lightening up again. Lots of gray. Yeah, rule of thirds. Wrong third, though. Yeah. Let's see here. 78, sophomore in college. Yes, I know. It goes so far. Let's see here. My kitchen doesn't look ugly. Thankfully, I had the dishes done at least. You look like a wannabe Fred Weasley in that picture. Oh, thanks, I think. Yeah, my dad was the sad thing is, for a long time, I was not a good photographer either, and my dad would complain about my pictures because, you cut off the top of a head or side of people, and, man, whoever taught you how to use a camera? You ought to be able to take pictures better than that. And I'm looking at these, I'm going, yeah, Dad, because you're so much better. Let's see here. What is vertigo? Vertigo means getting dizzy. And so, like when I was moving the camera and you were kind of going, whoa, that's vertigo. SirWillow, ever been to Florida when the shuttle was launched? Oh my goodness, yes. Here. I lived in Florida for 6 years. Sorry. 7 years. I can't even count. Duh. And so, have I been to Florida when the shuttle launched? Well, let's see. I've actually got pictures I took of when the shuttle launched. So, yes, these are over contrasted and sharpened up so you can see it. So these are not quite natural, but that is the space shuttle launching up there into the sky. The night launches were absolutely amazing. So you can see those. And then I have some from NASA there. But yes, we saw the shuttle launch several times. Only got the pictures the one time. I actually had twice. I was working at Disney, once at Epcot and once at Magic Kingdom when they launched the shuttle. And so I was at the entrance to Epcot and I was flagging everybody down. The shuttle's launching in like 10 minutes. And so I actually ended up with a crowd of like 100 people all staying there as we watched the shuttle launch, and you could see it from Epcot. That was really cool. The night launches, we lived like just west of Orlando, so we were about a 75-minute drive away from Cape Kennedy where they launched them. And we're out in our backyard at night and dark. Yeah, you can see some stars up there, but otherwise, just a dark night. And then when the shuttle went, all of a sudden, the whole eastern sky went whoosh, just lit up. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, yes. Loved watching the shuttles launch. From what I hear, the rockets they're launching now are pretty similar. Is the Tinkerbell pen my daughter's? No, it's actually a trader. It's one I'm willing to trade away. So my daughter has a bunch of Tink pins. This is one that she didn't want. Partially because it's a little hard to see. See if I can get this up to the camera. It's a different kind of pin. It's a smooth coating. And if you look real close, there's actually a little peel on her foot and right there. And so it's a different kind of pin. She was a little worried. It's like, I'm afraid I might not keep it safe. So that's why she didn't want it. But let's see here. On the know-it-all segment, you messing the lineup makes it better and more accurate. Yes. What do I think of the ride at Silver Dollar City, the flooded mine? It's wet. The guns don't always work. I ride it every time I'm there. It's better if you can catch it early in the season, it's better because then Steve, the maintenance guy in charge of it, has had the off season to get as many of the effects working. And he's actually done a great job actually restoring a number of things in the off season. So if you like flooded mine, thanks Steve. He does great. Let's see here. Have you on my TV and cherry doll face on my phone booth? I don't know. Is that a good thing? So am I next to cherry doll face? That's kind of funny. Let's see here. Yeah. So the sky is falling. The shuttle is launching. Let's see here. Pretty fitting if you catch it in Tomorrowland or Future World. I was Epcot right up at the very front of the park, and then I was on Main Street the other time. And the time on Main Street, if you look towards the castle from Main Street, it was off to the left a good ways. No, sorry, it was the right. So yeah, I would have gone off over Tomorrowland. I'm sitting here trying to remember, get my brain turned around because it's been so long. From Disney, it actually did look like it was coming up over Tomorrowland because of the angle. It's like, whew, that was a long time ago. That was up from near the castle, so okay. I will get myself focused. Let's see here. Yeah, saw a night launch from Seminole County. Yeah, it was amazing. Disney got you hooked, so Disney sent you a thing and said, you need to watch SirWillow. I like it. Once Cedar Point's open for the season, I can send you a park brochure. That would be awesome. Love it. Let's see. So you see SeaWorld got rid of 90% of their employees. Oh, I'm trying not to talk about stuff with all that, but there's going to be a lot of that happening, and not just SeaWorld. It's going to be tough for parks to be able to pay their employees when they have no income. And that's going to be true of a lot of jobs. So we'll see. Wildfire Silver Dollar City, smooth, fun, awesome. Let's watch Radiator Springs Racers on board. Oh, I could definitely do that one. That's easy to do. Here. Except we did that one last time, didn't we? Some of y'all are like silly that way.
think SeaWorld will survive this. Yes, I think all the parts. I think most of the parts are going to survive with no problem. I really do. It's going to be tough. I won't deny that, but they will be able to make it. So this is Radiator Springs Racers at Disneyland. This is the on ride. I'm going to skip the seatbelt check. Okay, so now we got to
Fill the car,
check.
get a ride check in, take a break.
Yeah, sorry, not great camera on that. But
We're all visitors on this planet. Hippie.
And Radiator Springs.
The champion needs speed.
And style.
Luigi, give our friend your best.
For you, my friend, only the best. Oh, yes. Oh, wonderful times. Now you look like a real race car. Going up to the starting line.
it's the same ride system as Test Track, but this is much better.
I'm your new crew chief.
Yes, yes. Now you have the chance to make this the most glorious race of your life.
You see, there's two of you racing. I see a couple of you commenting. Reminds you of Test Track. It is the same cars and the same ride system as Test Track, but it makes Test Track look like a piece of junk. There's a lot more going on, a lot more story. The animatronics, the landscaping and scenery is absolutely amazing versus a look backstage at Epcot where you can see the employee parking. Then you've got the whole racing segment. It actually goes faster than Test Track. So yes, it It is absolutely an amazing ride. Do I have the ride photo queued up? Let's see here. Where did it go? Okay, so yes, I do actually have the ride photos from this. We have 3 of them from the trip. Was this the ride when DCA first opened? No, absolutely not. In fact, there was a parking lot where this whole area is. When DCA opened, this part was still a parking lot. So this was added in 3 years ago, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, something like that. So it is fairly new. Let's see. Celebrating donning the other car. I had one ride where we were by ourselves, and then the other ride where we raced, and it's so much more fun when you're racing because you get to yell at everybody. So there's our on-ride photo. Got some girl with us, but this is, Joseph, Aaron, Laurel. You can see Amber's hair flying everywhere. So, yeah, good stuff there. And then this is actually the night that we went to Oogie Boogie Bash, and let me zoom in. You can see we're on the other side. So you can see Joseph, that's me, my sister, and then Aaron in his Scar gear. And then this is the one you saw, the on-ride footage. So you can see Aaron, Joseph, and Laurel, and me holding my phone as I'm recording the ride. Yes, that is a cast member riding with us. We actually had gone through the disabled entrance, and so he was escorting her and getting their hourly test ride in. So Cars Land opened 2012. Thank you so much, Theme Park POV. Appreciate the time correction there. Yeah, so a little more than 2 or 3 years ago. Gosh, time goes so fast. So, but yeah, there's the ride photos. What does DCA stand for? Disney's California Adventure. Let's see. Just trying to see what else we got here. So, Bill Gates called. He wants his head back, SirWillow. Okay. Yeah. Does it have a flux capacitor to take you back to 1955? I wish. So, we didn't get a ride photo. Oh, it was down. That's kind of lousy. That was one thing that was really nice with the PhotoPass system, is to be able to get it. Okay, somebody's going to get a spamming time out. Really? Let's see here. And it's not going to let me do. All right. For some weird reason, it's not letting me have that option there. But let's just say this, VT, cool it. So, would I recommend doing Oogie Boogie Bash more than once? For us, once was fine. That actually worked really well for us. We got to do everything that night that we wanted to. Part of it depends upon if you're there on a busy night or not. They were selling out most of the ones we went to, but we still got everything in. They were telling people there was a 2-hour line to get into the woods, and it was more like 40 minutes, so don't necessarily believe that. But it was really good. It really was. And I've got the video, so we did... I don't think we missed anything at Oogie Boogie Bash. Trying to remember if there was a villain show that we didn't see or not. There might have been. But it was good. Best Disney park to visit in America. All of them. Sorry. That's the easiest answer. If you go to Disney World, you've got to go to all 4 parks. You go for 5 or 6 days if you can. Get a park hopper ticket. Go to all the parks and hit everything there. If you go to California, you've got Disneyland and California Adventure right next to each other. Get at least a 3-day ticket and do both. Don't come and just do one. If you're going to spend all of that money to come to America, go see them. Do it right. Let's see. Want me to message Aaron on Facebook? Sure, yeah. Ask him what he's doing. He may be busy. So, because Aaron actually still has to work, I believe. Do I like arrow loopers? Arrow loopers are an interesting deal. And for those of you wondering, what on earth is an arrow looper? Let me see if I can show you one here. If I got any pictures of it. An arrow roller coaster company is actually the company that built the Matterhorn, the very first steel roller tubular track roller coaster. And then they built a whole bunch more of them. So this is an Aero Looper. This is Viper at Magic Mountain. And you can see they were the ones that built these big old huge vertical loops and stuff like that. And the old corkscrew coasters, those are all Aero Loopers. When they first opened, things like the Demon at Great America, they were incredibly smooth coasters. At the time, they were amazingly smooth. That was one of the first things you noted when you rode it. It's like, oh my goodness, you're not bumping and banging. They have not aged well, however. The track, because the forces on it, the tracks gradually warp, and if the park isn't tightening the wheel straight to the track, that it tends to bump and bang. There is a hilarious picture I wish I had gotten when I went to Six Flags Great America. They had an Aero Looper similar to this called Shockwave, and I went on with my friends, and the on-ride photo, my friends are all cringing, like, and then I'm sitting there going, I enjoy them. I do really like them. You learn how to ride. My head is at a height that I can actually adjust in the restraint so I didn't get banged too much, but I really enjoyed them. But their time has come, and I hate to say that, but it's definitely time for them to go. Let's see here. Let's see. Last time we were in Disney was 2012. NASA on Cocoa Beach. Yeah, if you go to Florida, if you're coming from out of the country, and you're going to come here on a vacation, if you go to Florida, I'm going to say, I know it's expensive, but if you can manage to do 2 weeks, do a week at Disney, like 5 days, do 2 or 3 days at Universal, go to the Kennedy Space Center, and there's a bunch of other stuff. Plan 2 or 3 days in there to just do nothing and to relax so you don't kill yourself. But you can spend 2 weeks in the Orlando area easy and still not see everything. But that will give you time to see Disney and Universal and Kennedy and the beach and maybe a day at Busch Gardens or stuff. SeaWorld. And so that way you've got some time. Ever been in the VAB building in NASA? Yes, we actually did a couple of those tours. So yes. Well, let me correct. I have not been in the VAB. I have been by it. I do have pictures of it, but I have not been inside of it. The VAB, by the way, is the Vertical Assembly Building. It's where they would take the rockets when they were laying down, and they would actually put them up vertical on the big trailers and then roll them out to the launch pads. So, it was weird that you and me went to the Halloween season in Disneyland Paris and Disney California. It's not that weird, Joseph, if you think about the fact, okay, if I'm going to go to a Halloween event, look, I'm going this year, and hey, you're going to one this year too. Isn't it amazing? We go to Halloween events every year. So it's not that amazing, really. It's kind of cool, but so let's see. He flew off making a turn in the car next to me. Wow, that's kind of cool to lose your ears and have the car next to you do it. I have caught hats. I have caught glasses on roller coasters and other things. I've missed some too, but yeah, it's always fun when you catch things. Hoping Disney is going to be able to use the downtime to get renovation work done. I have heard and seen mixed things. I have seen some reports that construction is halted. I have seen other reports that it's increased. I've seen others that have said that in certain spots they're not doing anything, while in others they're doing even more. I have no idea what's going on. I have seen credible reports from reliable websites on both ends of it. So I really don't know if they're doing work right now or not. I know Universal is. I don't know what's happening on Disney. It's hard to say. Part of it is because they don't want to put the workers at risk with the virus, but I don't know. That's one I just do not know. If I was going to go to Disney World and money was not an issue, I would stay for a month. A month for me might be a little much. I could see 2 weeks. I did see some tourists do a month, and I was kind of like, oh my goodness, I would be Disneyed out. Even though I work there and saw it all the time, if I was just doing the parks, I'd need a break. Let me go do and see something different. So, I heard rumor that Epcot may not reopen right away. At this point, don't believe any rumors about anything and when and how it's going to open. I will admit I have concerns, and this is where I can tell you no brainer where this concern comes from as far as Epcot going. Epcot took all of their international workers and college programs and sent them all home. Now, all of your staffs at the World Showcase are all worked by the international workers. Everybody working in Mexico just about was from Mexico. Everybody in China was from China. Everybody in France was from France. Well, they've sent them all home, and they don't have anybody else coming in. That's where the rumor's coming from is, oh, there's nobody to work it, so it won't open. It is just a rumor. I am sure Disney will have an idea at least a couple weeks ahead of time when they will actually open, and hopefully they can then actually get the people brought in and ready to go. But we'll see. Get some NXT. I actually, AEW, if I was going to watch anything. I'm an old school wrestling fan. Let's see here. Go through the exit. Alexis mentioned something here, which I've seen come up a few times in the chat, that you got a friend who's an amputee with a disabled access. And I've seen some people saying, yeah, I'd have a friend who pretend they had a disability. If you have a disability, great. Well, okay. Wow, that totally came off wrong. If you have a disability, you should have access to the disabled access and the special policies. That's awesome. That's deserved. Man, I know what I'm trying to think here, and that's not what's coming out. I'm sorry, folks. The parks do make accommodations for real disabilities, and they should. And if you've got them, you should absolutely make use of them. I was very perturbed when I would see people fake it, put on as if they had an injury they didn't or a disability, and tried to take advantage. And that's why Disney completely redid the thing, because so many people were doing it. And it's really messed it up for the people who need it and deserve it. So, not happy. Can we see the Disneyland Paris Walt Disney World comparison? Yeah, I can pull that one up. I do have one that I do want to show here before that. I'm bonus for all of you I'm going to come to in just a second. Let's see here. But yes, Alexis, your friend should have access to that and confirmed. And there are, anybody asking, Disney's opening, there are no dates announced for anything. If anybody tells you they're opening at a certain date, the only official dates out there is Disney has now said we are waiting till at least April 19th. That's it. That is the only date that's there, and they are not going to open April 19th. Just a reality check. It's not going to happen. Maybe May. Maybe. We'll see where we are at and what's going on. I would say it's just as likely July, but nobody's thinking August at this point. I know they're all hoping to be open well before that. Whoever's saying it's this date, toss it, forget it. Have I seen One Day at Disney? Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. Yeah, part of the Epcot rumor based on some of the construction going on to get something done. There's all sorts of stuff going on, and they know it's going to be a while. They'll have plenty of time. Sweet Yukibo, I'm so sorry. I am not happy with the way that Disney handled the internationals and college program. They could have handled that a whole lot better. 4 days notice, hey, pack up and get out. And there were some that had no place to go. Those from France and Japan, for example, and China couldn't get home, and they were just telling them to get out with no options. They finally fixed it when people started yelling at them, but it was not cool. Let's see here. Try to remember what I was doing. Let's see. So we were going to do the Walt Disney World versus Disneyland Paris, which... Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pull this thing over here, so that way I can show you guys another video. So at one point I was talking about doing some specials, a 30,000 subscriber video special.
Recording.
Okay, and we had come up with some funny ideas and goofy ideas of what we wanted to do and how to do it. And this is one of the ideas that we came up with. We thought it would be a lot of fun if we could take the train at Disney World, Walt Disney World, because it's stationary because of the construction work going on, And what if I did the Silver Dollar City loading spiel there? So this is actually the Disneyland train, and this silly thing is going to show me stuff I don't want to show. There we go. Stay there. Okay. Give me a second to pull it up. Gotta love the way software works sometimes. Why is it being like that? Okay. Gotta love when software doesn't do what you want it to do. Hey, stay there. Size this way. No, I won't do it. There. Live video. Okay. So this is that, and while this is playing for you, just a little clip, I'm going to see if I can't find the Walt Disney World versus Disneyland Paris. But this is the Silver Dollar City train loading spiel. And hopefully I got the sound up right. Y'all ready for a train ride? Well, before I let you on this here train, we got two little rules for you. Rule number one, if you got little ones that are too short to reach the ground, make sure you put them on the inside middle of the bench. We don't want to see them bounce. Rule number two, when you get on that train, you're going to see a bright orange pull cable over your head. That is for medical emergencies only. If you pull that cable, the engineer's going to stop the train, EMTs will be dispatched, and we're going to sit in the woods for a long time. So, if you pull that cable and you don't have a medical emergency, we're going to arrange one for you. All aboard! And you see, my collar was messed up. My daughter didn't even tell me. The shirt, by the way, was actually custom made by one of my viewers. So, and I don't know why it won't let me keep that up there. Okay, let me see if I can find that other video for you, the Disneyland Paris versus Walt Disney World. And I need to do a video now that compares Paris to Disneyland to Walt Disney World, because that's kind of where they are at now. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find this. Guest cast some more. Okay, this is a 20-minute long video. So I want you all to be aware it's a long
One
thing.
of the things that became very clear on my...
Okay. Let me get it queued up. Maybe I can actually get it to work right. And I'll tell you what, while I've got this one playing, I'm going to step out for just a second because I need to get a drink. My iced tea is just about empty. Woo! Yeah, everybody's going to be quoting my slip of the tongue. If you have a disability, great. No, that's not what I meant. It's like if you have a disability, it's great that they designed the disabled pass for you. That's what I meant to say because you need it. And yeah. Oh, that one's going to haunt me forever. That's going to be one of those. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I just tried to make sure I got caught up on all those things. So it's supposed to go to August 1st. Yeah. Well, like I say, if anybody's saying any dates other than later than April 19th, there are no dates. Don't even attempt at this point. So let me get this playing, and I am going to get myself some more iced tea.
A recent trip to Disneyland Paris is there are a lot of similarities with it and Walt Disney World, but there's also a lot of differences. I had an incredible time at Disneyland Paris and Walt Disney Studios and walking around Paris itself. There was so much to see and do. I couldn't help the whole time but look at it too through a perspective of somebody having worked at Walt Disney World as well, and noticing what was similar and what was different. And there were a lot of different things I noticed. One of the very first things, of course, is when you're there, is the languages. Working at Walt Disney World, being based in Florida, the predominant language is English. Yes, you get visitors from all around the world. You've got a lot of cast members that do speak other languages. But by far, the vast majority of what you hear is English. Every ride is in English, and every show is in English, and it's English everywhere. 85 to 90% of what you hear people speaking around the parks is going to be English. So you would think going to Disneyland in France, it would be about the same, right? Except it would all be French, because you're outside of Paris. You would be wrong. I was surprised at how wrong that assumption was. It was amazing to hear how many different languages were being spoken constantly at the park. I mean, yes, there was obviously a lot of French, but I would say it was only about 30 to 40% French. And then there was almost as much English. In fact, several of the shows, such as Stitch Live or the Disney Preschool Live, those would actually alternate between English and French. Even on the Tower of Terror, they had French versions of the ride, but you could also ask and go on the English version of the ride. And I got to experience both. Several of the rides were bilingual, where they would go back and forth between English and French and English and French. For example, Ratatouille did that. So English was spoken almost as much as French was in the parks. There were still a ton of different languages that you were hearing constantly. A good example is when I was waiting to get on the Casey Jr. train, and the cast member that was there loading people on, I'm not exaggerating when I say in the space of about 8 families, he probably spoke 6 different languages, helping people get on the train. I was blown away by it. And yes, here in the States, we tend to be very one language-ish, and me even speaking Spanish is unusual for a lot of the U.S. Mm-hmm. But the idea of speaking 5, 6, 7 languages, to watch it in action was really, really cool.
So I want to pause there. It was amazing how they did that. I am going to pause there briefly because I realized that I've had a glitch. If you notice in the chat, I'm coming up with my real name instead of the other, so I got to fix my silly deal. Because YouTube's borked sometimes. Okay. So now I gotta make it actually show that it's me again. Because, yeah, YouTube's good that way. Alright, I think I got that fixed. But the languages in Paris was amazing.
5, 6, 7 languages,
really was.
To watch it in action was really, really cool. I was so impressed with how this was carried out throughout all of the parks.
Okay, that was weird. It was playing when it wasn't playing. If you don't understand French, you're fine in Paris. I know a handful of words, but it was amazing how you could go and not know any French at all, and you would understand everything. There were plenty of people who did speak English or German or Italian or Spanish, and you could get through just fine. At Walt Disney World, it would be more difficult if you came to and you did not understand English. You could find ways to work around, and we had plenty of people who did, but it is definitely much more difficult. In fact, actually, one of the things we're talking about going to Tokyo Disneyland. Fingers crossed. My daughter's planning a 6-month trip to Japan, and the hopeful plan, if we can raise the funds and save everything, is for me to go meet her there and then spend a few days and go to Tokyo Disney. They don't do as much English there, so it's definitely something that we need to work on and make sure that we've got translators on the phones and stuff like that, so that way we are ready to go with it. But Paris was absolutely amazing. It was good to know French, but I didn't need to. And I do have this thing fixed again now, so let's see if we can pick it up.
Even things like meeting the characters. The characters were all multilingual. We got to meet Aurora. She spoke French with the family before us and then English with us. My friends got to go visit with Spider-Man, and Spider-Man talked. Whoa! And he spoke English with a little bit of a French accent, but he did speak. Even the ones that didn't talk out loud had no problem communicating with people who didn't speak French or English. They would just go back and forth fluidly and smoothly, and you could tell that there was very little comprehension problems. It was really, really neat to be able to...
One thing I wanted to do here real quick on, let's see, which picture was it?
Problems. It was...
Yep, okay. I want to pull up this picture. Them. This guy right here, this is Leo. He is the one who treated me, covered my expenses, and really blessed me with the Paris trip. It would not have happened if it had not been for him. So I just want to give credit there where it's due. If you hear my dog going crazy, it's because my wife just came home real quick to get some dinner. So she's on the side.
Very little comprehension problems. It was really, really neat to be able to sit back and watch that a lot of times. Another area that was similar and yet different was some of the silly and
sorry, but outright dumb things that you would watch some of the guests do. At both places, you would see guests do some things
I
that
alluded to this
weren't real
earlier, so I'm gonna
smart
show
and
you.
maybe not real safe. For example, sitting on fences, standing on fences. Disneyland Paris, they actually have the anvil where the sword and the stone...
Okay, now if you notice these pictures, if this was Walt Disney World, there would be a cast member immediately coming up saying, please get down, please get down. In France, they were like, you fall, it's your own fault.
Standing on fences. Disneyland Paris, they actually have the anvil where the sword and the stone used to be, and the sword is gone. But I would watch people that would actually stand on top of it to get their picture with the castle behind them. Even the playground over by the pirate ship had ways to climb and hang that you would never see at a U.S. park anymore. Walt Disney World, if we saw things like that when we were working, we were instructed to gently ask the guests, hey, please hop off of that trash can, don't stand up there. Please don't hang off of the pole. Try to keep people from getting hurt. Because if they fell and they got hurt in the States, they were probably going to sue Walt Disney World because they would blame Walt Disney World for not preventing them from being dumb. When they did it at Paris, I really didn't see the cast members enforcing them. They would just kind of let them do it. Just guessing. I think a lot of that does have to do with the lawsuit culture. Again, here in the U.S., if you're dumb and you get hurt because of your stupidity, you like to blame somebody else. In Europe, I almost got the impression that it was, hey, if you're dumb enough to do it and you get hurt, well, you know what? That's your own fault and your own problem. People also seem to be slightly more aware. For example, if they were standing on a bench, they were much more careful in some ways about how they were standing and what they were doing than what I would see at Walt Disney World, where people would be like on one foot on tiptoe, just waiting to try to fall. I don't know, maybe my interpretations there are off. They could be wrong. They might be slightly right, but it didn't seem as much of a concern in Paris as it did here in the States it would be.
And it was fun because after I did this video, I had several people, like Thomas is mentioning here in the chat, who responded to me and said, yeah, you're exactly right. If people were to sue for that here, the cases would probably be thrown out. They may get charged for filing a frivolous lawsuit. They'd be told that next time don't do something so dangerous and silly. And so it was really interesting, some of the response that I got. And it really kind of helps you realize how lawsuit happy we are here in the States and how it affects places like Disney. That things, here at Disney, if you go to Disneyland, they used to have the guns up in the fort. Well, not only are the guns removed from the fort, the whole fort is closed off now because people got hurt and sued. So, yeah, definitely different culture.
Did lead to one area, though, that I saw guests really pretty much ignore the rule, and it was just kind of a standard thing there, and that was on smoking. Technically, the Disney parks, both in the States and in Europe, are no smoking parks. You have designated smoking areas, and you're not really supposed to smoke outside of that. In the States, that's pretty much enforced. That didn't faze anybody in Europe. Nobody really concerned themselves about it. You would see people smoking right next to a no smoking sign. Trash cans that were marked no smoking had ashtrays in the top so people could smoke right at them. And you would see people smoking all over the place. It was just kind of accepted that people were going to smoke. In fact, you really didn't even hear it or see it mentioned in the parks with a couple exceptions. Before the parade, they would have a big public announcement to please don't smoke except in designated areas. And then you would also see it during the fireworks. And I think the reason they announced it there was because people were much more compressed and standing on top of each other. It was interesting, though, because they even had whole brochures that were available at guest relations on keeping the air clean and please don't smoke in the parks and only use designated areas. So it was interesting to see how Disney said one thing, but when it came to enforcement, they really didn't. And that was due in a lot of ways to the culture and how the culture would interpret it. The same seemed very true about selfie sticks. They would make announcements before the parade and on shows, and they would say no selfie sticks allowed at all. You would still see people pop selfie sticks out in the middle of the park and take pictures. And
this was something I did not get. Disneyland Paris, and here, let me shrink the video and pull up something for you here. Disneyland Paris's security, if you have not been to Europe, this would probably shock you. Okay, so it looks like a normal security thing. Okay, they've got the metal detectors and stuff like that. But it was a whole different scale
than what we are used to. So let me pull up some of these pictures here and see if I can show you what they've got. Okay, this is a good example. So you're at the entrance to the park. He's not just standing there with a gun. His hand is right by the trigger, ready to use it. And you would see patrols. There's a patrol right back there. And so you got very used to seeing armed security and soldiers standing right outside. I know I've got a couple others. This is Disney Village and stuff. But it's a very different feel from the States. Here in the States, if we saw armed security out front, a military deal, we would be like freaking out. They had dogs that had the military muzzles on them, but at the same time, you felt much safer in the parks because you knew there was nobody going through. Those metal detectors, they didn't just do a quick pass through. They were pulling everything out and checking and everything. I don't know how these people got a selfie stick through it. I really don't. Because you could watch the soldiers and the people at security pull them out and toss them. So I don't know how they got them in the park. But if they were in the park, nobody said anything to them. Cast members walk right past and not do or say anything. It seemed like as long as they weren't using the selfie stick in an area where they would hit other people or hit a ride or cause a problem, that they just kind of looked the other way. But during parades and fireworks and shows and on rides, well, it was definitely a big no-no then. That's assuming, of course, that you got your selfie stick past security, which is another area that is definitely different in Paris than it is in the States. In the States, if you go to a Disney park, you're going to have to go past a security checkpoint, and they're going to make you open up your bag and take a quick look inside of it. There are some spots now where we do have metal detectors, but it's just basically a quick peek and walk on through and you're done. Not in Paris. In Paris, you had, instead of a bag check that way, you had an x-ray machine that you would put your bag through and they would scan every single bag and inspect them. You had very high quality metal detectors. You had armed security at those spots. And they had military or police patrols with the full protective gear on. They look like they're ready to step into the middle of a firefight. They've got their guns strapped on, big automatic rifles, and they're walking around with their hands on the trigger, ready to use it at a moment's notice. In addition, they also had other armed policemen that had the guard dogs that were there. And these are dogs that were so friendly that they were actually fully muzzled, so they didn't have to worry about them biting somebody. And these guys are all out patrolling all over the place. Yeah, you could tell that Europe deals with a few security issues that we don't have here in the States. Yep, and that's a lot of it. Okay, so I want to pause that there just because I don't want us to get stuck down on one big old long video for 20 minutes, if that's okay. So I'm going to kind of bookmark that one. We may come back to it in a little bit. I did get a couple notes here that people are asking about some of my on-ride videos. I don't necessarily have a whole lot of on-ride videos, because as you can see, I'm totally covered in dog hair now. Thank you, Ginger! But I did want to show some of my on-ride pictures that I have from different things. The selfie stick is plastic and hidden in your bag. It might get in. You can see the ones in my pictures were actually metal. So, the part made me laugh about that part that was playing when it wasn't playing. Oh, yeah. Hey, live video, you never know. French people smoke a lot. Yes, they do. And that's part of the reason that Disney has not cracked down very hard, is because it's a culture thing and they're working within the culture. Another good example, and I actually bring it up later in the video, is the fact that cast members have tattoos there. Not in the States. Cast members, if you have a tattoo in the States, it's got to be hidden, covered up, or not able to be seen. But in France, the cast members, they could have tattoos, and it was no big deal. I've actually got a picture of a photographer, and he's got a big old tattoo right on his arm. So, yes, armed soldiers at Disneyland Paris. Not just there because of terrorist attacks. France has a much higher security rate. The U.S., in all honesty, compared to much of the rest of the world, is extremely spoiled when it comes to a lack of military and police force. When we went down to Colombia, South America, years ago, you would see military standing on street corners all over the place, all throughout Bogota and other cities. Costa Rica, was one of the few countries that I've been to that didn't have that. When we were in Thailand, back when I was in high school, so this was 1987, there was military all over in Bangkok. It's just something that most other places have, and it's meant as a way to help reduce the attacks. Yes, France does have issues. In fact, there was actually a small attack in Paris while we were there. But much of the rest of the world is used to having military-style security out everywhere, and we don't. And if we saw it here in the States, we would freak out. Oh, no, martial law! They're going to put us all away. No, it's just, security. They're keeping it safe. Honestly, us Americans, we freak out about a lot of things that are really silly if we went out to the rest of the world and saw how they worked. But us Americans, we need to get off our high horses sometimes and go see stuff in the real world. We really do. Let me see here. So on-ride photos. I did want to show you. So this is one of my extras I wanted to do. One of the things that a lot of people don't necessarily think about is having fun with their on-ride photos. And we really try to. So I thought it would be kind of fun if I pulled up some of my various on-ride photos, not just from Disney. I've actually got a whole bunch from other parks. I've shown the Cedar Point ones in video, and I've shown a number of the others. Let me see here. I've got a whole folder here, though, that all it is just various different on-ride photos. And I had it bookmarked, and of course now I can't find it. Oh, gotta love how that works. Okay. Let me see if I can get this thing pulled up here, because it's going to be in my pictures folder. And there we go. Okay, so let me get you some fun, goofy pictures here. I know, fun at a theme park. Why would somebody do this? All right, so let me show you some of these things that I have done over the years. This one actually pops up in my previews. This is the Runaway Mountain Coaster in Branson. And yes, I am actually in the air on that a little bit. Airtime. So, fun poster. It was a picture. It was a cold day, which is why I got all the hat and stuff on. It gets cold here in Branson, and yet it'll still be open. Let's see. Somebody was asking about wildfire, and this is actually kind of fun. If you zoom in, okay. So here's all the people in this. This is Amber, my daughter. Great face, Amber. My niece, this is actually the one with autism. We couldn't believe she rode. This is her older sister, Naomi. My brother-in-law, Steve. His son, who's kind of hiding. And then, some goober twit there. I don't know. So that's Wildfire. Let's see. This is my daughter on Wild Eagle. I don't know who. The other lady was scared, and so she wanted to hold Amber's hand. This is at Dollywood. Also, Dollywood, yeah, unfortunately, Thunderhead wasn't quite as smooth as it used to be. So, still having fun, but you can see we're kind of going, oof. Silver Dollar City is on-ride photo on everything. No, not everything. It does not have on-ride on Test Track. Time Traveler. The Powder Keg on-ride doesn't always work either. It does on Wildfire. It does on Outlaw Run. Powder Keg sometimes. That may actually be the only on-ride photos there. I can't think of anything else. So I think that's all that's there. Same one. Oh, that was Lightning Rod. Oh, my mistake. Duh. Lightning Rod was awesome. Lightning Rod was amazing. And yeah, same photo again with another whole big deal. There's a ride that you won't find anywhere else. And my son, brilliant person that he is. So yes, Coaster Dave, you're right. That was Lightning Rod. Let's see. We got that all sorts of ways. There's Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia. Yeah, don't we look impressed? This is called I Don't Know Where the Camera Is, so I don't know how to do it. Powder Keg, there's a little portion of it that was Buzzsaw Falls, but the vast majority of it is actually new track, different Buzzsaw Falls had a portion where it was a boat floating in the water. And actually, if you look on top of Powder Keg Station, they have one of the old Buzzsaw Falls vehicles upside down on top of it. So the correct answer to Powder Keg being Buzzsaw Falls is yes and no. So me with my niece and nephew. So this is what they do for Time Traveler. It's not an on-ride photo. But there's Thunderhead. And yes, my son. Let's see here. And that is Powder Keg, so it was working there. That's my nieces. My niece and I, again, with Mamba at Worlds of Fun. So somebody was asking earlier, haven't you been to Worlds of Fun? Yep. This is when we got her hooked on coasters. So her father now kind of yells at me, it's your fault I got to ride these things, which he really doesn't mind. So have any of you guys went to see the Nutcracker Ballet recital before? My wife loves Nutcracker. I haven't seen a recital here in Springfield, but there's Branson Coasters, our other alpine coaster in the area. One creepy face. Ever been to Action Park? No, I have never been to New Jersey, but anybody who's a coaster enthusiast knows about Action Park. It was a horrible place. This is Powder Keg again. So you saw these two earlier, and notice my other niece looks like she's about to die. Love it. And yes, Amber does like to yell on the coasters. Wild Eagle, there you go. I don't know about these guys. So, there you go. There's a good on-ride photo for you. Okay, so here's a couple on-ride photos that you shouldn't take, but we had a special circumstance. This whole train here is actually all Silver Dollar City employees. And we were actually out there for them to practice evacuating the train. So what they did was they loaded us all up on the train, sent us around once, brought us back through the station, up the lift hill, and then stopped us. Well, we're all employees. We know how to carry our stuff and not lose it. So once we stopped, we were kind of like, you know what? They can't kick us out of the park. And so a couple of us started pulling out our phones. So this is actually me on my cell phone. Since we're stopped, we know we're not getting anywhere. We know we're getting evacuated and walked off, taking a couple pictures. Don't do this on a normal ride. So, ever. And then this guy waving here, that's actually Josh. He was my lead on the train at the time. I wish he was still in charge. Josh was fun. And then me. Let's see. And this is Hannah up here. Let's see. Right there. That's Hannah. She actually robbed trains for a little bit with us as well. Let's see. Scene 6. That was a birthday show. Great show for them. Here's Silver Dollar City. Just a paused one. By the way, this is Deanne Martin, who is also a viewer and a patron of mine. Her husband and her son Gatlin. And then my niece hiding there as well. So we had a ton of fun with them. Absolutely loved being there. Gatlin again. Let's see. Barn Swing. And I think this is us. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is me. And then my daughter. And my niece. My wife. And my son. And I don't know who took this offhand. But that's the whole family there. It might have been Brian, in fact, that took it. Let's see. Talking to the conductor. We had a great visit with Gatlin. So, yes, we got a lot of on-ride photos with them. Log Flume. Okay, so let me... Hey, it's Rick. Oh, I miss Rick. Wildfire again. So, same group as the other one. Let's see. Powder Keg again. Yeah, great picture. We have fun with our pictures. If we know where the camera is, we really have some fun. What are some amazing ways you've seen CMs deal with guests with autism? The thing to remember with autism is it really varies in big ways from person to person. If you can have somebody with being very mild on the spectrum, and you can have somebody being very severe on the spectrum, and they will react to different things in different ways. So you can't really say that there is any one way to deal with them. There's a lot of learning what works for them and what doesn't, and then being able to work with that. As an example, I had one time, Goodness, I'm pulling up some old memories here. One time as a PhotoPass photographer, there was one that the flash of the light would scare them, would startle them. And so they were asking if there was a way I could take the picture without flashing. Well, there actually was a way on the flash unit to be able to turn it on. We weren't supposed to do it, but for them, I just turned the light on, let it stay on for a second, and that way, the young lady that I was working with that had autism, who I was taking her picture, rather than the flash scaring her, the light was just on, and she was okay with that. So I was able to get them pictures that way and then turn the flash back to normal mode. But a lot of it is really kind of determining what works for them. You saw my one niece, she had her big headphones on. It helps filter out a lot of the loud sounds that could overwhelm them and overpower, and helps the senses, help them not to get overwhelmed. So it's really hard. She can do some things that others can't, and then there are others that you wouldn't even know had autism. So it really has to fluctuate. The axe game, this is the axe throwing thing we did. Yeah, the maniac in the back there. And my niece and nephew again. Let's see. I got a couple other old photos in this folder. That is actually the boss at Six Flags St. Louis. Okay, so here's Cheetah Hunt at Busch Gardens. Again, cheesy deal. That was a fun coaster. Really like that one. Let's see, at the train. Okay, so here's something that came up way back when I did the Cedar Point trip, and it was like there's nothing running in the rain, and people thought I was saying, how horrible Cedar Point was because they didn't run it. Nobody runs roller coasters in the rain. And I'm like, I've been on a ton of roller coasters in the rain. This is proof. This is Cheetah Hunt at Wild Adventures in 2004. All of these big old white spots, those are raindrops. It is pouring rain. We know it's pouring rain because look at our slickers. It was raining before we even got in the station. They were running the coaster and we rode it. And it hurt. Those raindrops hitting you in the face. Oh, ow. But it was hysterical too. So yes, we're all screaming and yelling, and we're also laughing like crazy. So 2004, look how tiny my daughter was. She was cute back then. What happened to you?
Are you saying I'm not cute now?
She was cute back then. What happened to you? Why do kids have to grow up? My son's very first big coaster ride, this is on Kumba at Busch Gardens. He had just finally gotten big enough. My daughter was the daredevil, and he was a little bit scared, and you can see me there. So, yes, that was his very first big coaster, which I got that in a small frame. Cypress Gardens, which is now Legoland. This was when it was still Cypress Gardens. Thunderhead, that was, again, 2004. So, Legoland in California. So, yeah, we've been all over the place. Pirates. Here's X out in California. I love X. Absolutely love X. When did the train take pictures? We had... Oh, okay. Let me go back a few pictures here for this. So, here's a story for you. Here's a story. But a man named Brady. Okay. Let me hold my dog for comfort while I tell this. My last year there, Kodak, Digiphoto, which basically was Kodak under a new name, decided it wanted to take some other pictures around the park and to make some money. Well, one of the places they worked out with the park to set up was actually in the train station itself, which totally messed up our operations. There were a couple people who worked for them that were wonderful. Ivy was great, and a couple others that we got along very well with, because their idea was to get pictures and stay out of our way. How can we work with you and make this work, which was great. We had a few people, including the manager, who were a pain in the neck and didn't care if we were operating safely or capacity. They just wanted to take pictures. And it became a real bone of contention through that whole year. To the point where there were some arguments, real arguments over it. This was actually taken when my son was visiting by the couple that we got along with, and liked the photo, but it was only there for a short time, and then after that, they moved it into what had been our store next door, and did it there for a little bit. Now I don't think it's there at all because DigiPhoto insisted on making everybody riding the train go through and take a picture. And we kept telling them, no, the train ride itself is the priority. Pictures are option. And just a lot of conflict, and they finally got it out of the way. Part of the issue, I think that there were some people that were making decisions on the ride that were getting kickbacks from it, and they were being overridden by their pockets versus process and boarding, but it's not there anymore, so that's good. You're not missing anything. This could have been done so much better than what they did. And there's some things I could say that I better not say, so I will leave it at that. So let's go back here again. Let's see, Pirates opening at Busch Gardens, that's not there anymore. Where the animal show is now, that was actually a 4D show at one point, and you can see the pirate hat doesn't fit me. Okay, so X. This is one of my favorite photos. 2001, as you can see, February. This is my brother-in-law and I on the Giant Dipper at Santa Cruz. And this was one that when we got this taken, we came off the ride, and the guy doing the pictures was laughing like crazy. He was like, "That's one of the best pictures I've ever seen." I'm like, yeah, love it. Think it came out real well. So, let's see, my daughter on one of her first roller coaster pictures. This is at Magic Mountain on their little kiddie coaster there. And then Knott's Berry Farm. Moose Burger Lodge at Magic Mountain. This was a restaurant that was right by the big tree, had the best burgers in the park, and it wasn't that much more expensive than eating at the regular burger places, and you could sit down and got table service, and it was good food, and there was a good period there where every time we were at Magic Mountain, we ate there because the food was that good. And then it started getting bad, and it became as bad as the rest of it, and it was like, ugh. Kids' first trip to Disneyland, 2001. This is actually my mother and stepfather in the back. My sister trying to hide her head on Splash Mountain. And I'm playing the water shield. X-Scream, I showed this one in the 2 Scariest Rides video a couple weeks back. Yeah, you can see I'm a little nervous there. Just a little bit. Feeding the giraffe. So we have some fun stuff on here. She-Crow with my son. And we're actually in that back corner. Best seat on that coaster. Let's see. Star Spangled Summer. Oh, yeah, that's the whole family again. So let's see. Me, niece, nephew, nephew. I love the expressions on these two. Time Traveler photo again. Frontier City. There's an old one from Disneyland. So I have some really fun on-ride photos and stuff. You really need to have some fun photos. Yeah, nice work, Dave. So, on the train ride, did you ever want to... Let's see, did you ever want to tie the manager from Kodak to the train tracks? Oh my goodness, yes. Trying to put this as nice as I can. There was a period there where it was definitely a battle. I don't want to quite say a war, but there was a lot of issues between management and us on the train over that. And I have to be honest, there were a couple things that came out of that led to part of the reason I quit Silver Dollar City versus still staying there, which looking back now was actually good timing anyways. But yes, that whole thing there and a couple of the people involved did play a role in why I quit. And there's some things that I don't know if I have the freedom to talk about. There's still a couple of people that are actually there with the company, and so I don't want to say anything. But there are some things that came out of that definitely absolutely led to me leaving Silver Dollar City, as well as the fact that I was teaching substitute teaching in the local school district, and had asked to officially go part-time anyways because that's what I worked in Christmas, and they told me no. And I'm like, look, guys, I can make money over here, or I can not make money with you. I'm going to make money. Let me do part-time, and then I can do both. And they said, no, you're on full-time, so you're full-time. Doesn't work that way. So, okay, sorry, here's my 2-week notice. I was not happy with how that came out. It was not a happy parting at the time. I still have a lot of people there at Silver Dollar City I like and stuff like that. So, let's see. So yeah, so there's a little more details on some of those things that I really have not talked very much about. You know, in case people are wondering, why aren't you there anymore? Well, now you have a little bit better idea why. Okay. A couple of you guys are talking about wrestling. There you go. This is a picture I took at Stark Raven Mad in 2002 at Holiday World. And some of you may recognize that guy right there. And yes, I actually did get to ride sitting right directly behind him on one of the rides. If you don't know, that's Mick Foley. So, had a great night with him there. So, there's a really cool photo. And no, I didn't bug him for an autograph. A lot of people did. I was like, enjoy your time riding coasters. So, did I enjoy being a PhotoPass photographer at Walt Disney World? Nope. Hated it. Couldn't stand it. Worst job I ever had. That's why I did it for 5 years. I absolutely loved it. As I said earlier, I can count the number of bad days I had on one hand, and it was exactly 3. And 2 of those weren't even really a fault of the job. One of them, the one that really stands out, was a point where we were still really kind of independent of everything else, and our photographers themselves also did QA at the time. The quality assurance, which was the screening of the photos, really was kind of tied in with us. And so when I was working at Hollywood Studios, a number of photographers got trained at QA. And that way, if our queue, if there were so many photos waiting to be screened, got too big, they could actually pull a couple photographers off of shooting and have them start screening pictures to try to get those pictures processed so they could be available to the guests faster. And I was supposed to get trained on it, and something had happened, and I was sitting in the office, and they went, "Oh, look, well, I guess we can't train you today." And I really wanted to get trained because I was trying to be as much as I could. And the manager that was working that day, one of them was not real nice about it. And so I left that day kind of ticked off about how that had gone down. And then 2 days later, the other manager got me in and said, "Okay, let's get you done. We're going to train you separately because you need to be able to do this." So I would actually have times after that where if I was covering, working in the View, which is where we sold the pictures, in mid-afternoon or so, when there was nobody in there, we had an extra computer terminal up on the side, and I would actually pull up the QA stuff, and I would stand there if there was no guest buying pictures, and I would screen photos and clear them and approve them and do all that. So it was nice to be able to have that ability, so that way you weren't just standing there going, "There's nobody here, and I know there won't be anybody here for an hour and a half." You could still do something productive. So it was very nice that way. I loved my time at Disney. I loved all of my theme park jobs, and it was very tough. Well, it's hard sometimes. I wish I could go back and do it again. How did you and your coworkers sort out any disagreements or arguments at work? Really didn't have any. I know everybody wants to hear about all the bad stuff, and it's hard sometimes for me because I really didn't have any. The guys on the train with me, we were best friends. We were still all friends. We still all talk and get along great. So we almost never had arguments. So when I show you this photo here, I mean, every single one of these guys, Larry here's the only one I don't talk to very often, just because we're different generations. And then Rick doesn't have social media. But I actually talked to Rick on the phone 5 days ago. So, Rick's right there. And then Larry, But every single one of us, we're all together on Facebook. We have discussion groups. In fact, while we were talking, I actually got 2 messages from 2 of them. So we get along great. When I went to Six Flags over Texas a couple years ago, I met Josh and his family down there because they live down in Texas now. I run into Kevin out at Silver Dollar City. He's the pastor out there. He's preached at my church. So we're good friends. We really didn't have arguments. At Disney, we were big enough that if there was somebody in the department you didn't like, you ignored them because we would have 100 people working on a day. You just went and hung around with people you did get along with. You didn't have to work side by side. So there really weren't arguments or disagreements. Really never had it. So I saw a couple other departments have it sometimes, but I never did. So really, which is a good thing. That's part of the reason I liked it. We were all there to have fun and to make everybody else have fun. So it worked good. It's not a war until a body gets found. I can't tell that part of the story, Kill King. There were casualties. So let's see here. Let's see. Wealthy people who get to travel are not at all like we middle-class people who just work hard and are typically not demanding and rude. Okay, so here's a funny story for you, Kathy, and for others who wonder. When I was at Disneyland Paris, it was amazingly easy to spot the Americans. And I could look at a family and I could probably tell within 30 seconds if they were American or not. One of the ways was simply the fact that Europeans as a whole are much thinner and healthier than Americans, weight-wise. Big difference. And in almost every case, when I saw somebody that was overweight, especially if there was a family American, you could almost peg them right off the bat. You could also see how they were walking and talking and treating other people. And we here in the U.S., we like to sometimes think that Europeans are rude, and no, it was really obvious who the ruder people at Disneyland Paris were. And a lot of them were Americans. Now, the Brazilian tour groups, when they're in a tour group, are worse. But you can see why Americans have an ugly American image around the world. And several of those are very obviously middle class, not, it might surprise you how inexpensive it actually is to go from the U.S. to Paris and stuff. So I was kind of surprised on that. It was a good eye-opener. As I've traveled, and I've been to Colombia and Costa Rica and France and Israel and Japan briefly. Japan was layovers. Hong Kong for a week. Thailand. In all the world travels, invariably, when you run into other tourists who are rude and mean, there's probably a good 75% chance at least that they are Americans. And that's a hard thing to deal with. But it's unfortunately a truth. So, and it didn't matter what class. Of course, lower income probably isn't traveling abroad, but middle class and up, yeah. So was my screening process similar to the Droid and Star Tours queue? Let's see. What was your favorite live entertainment show at Cedar Point? Now, okay, so Tyler's asking about the shows. So here's the funny story with you. And Craig and I were talking about this because Craig was with me on this day. I love saloon shows at theme parks. Silver Dollar City performs a great, awesome, family-friendly saloon show that I enjoy seeing. I've been to the Golden Horseshoe at Disneyland and various things like that. Knott's Berry Farm had a wonderful show. Again, very clean, family-friendly. Six Flags St. Louis has it's actually not a bad saloon show. It was a lot of fun. So, Cedar Point's got their saloon show, and I'm like, okay, thinking all these other places, let's go see it. It's not family friendly. While there's no cursing, there's definitely some illusions and dance moves and other stuff. I was like, so Craig and I kind of sat there awkwardly for part of it. There was points in the show when I was staring at the floor. Not real good. So I saw that show. The one other show I was going to see was one up front. It was a science kind of thing that I heard was really good. It might have been music. I don't remember. Craig will correct me here. And I was on the meal plan, so I had picked up a sandwich, figuring, hey, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten. I'll just take the sandwich and a cup of water in with me. No food or drink allowed. Oh. So Craig went in and watched the show while I sat outside and ate my sandwich. And then he walks out and says, oh, yeah, that was great. That was an awesome show. That was wonderful. I'm like, figures. The one I sit out. So that's the only two shows I can comment on at Silver Dollar City. So, sorry, yeah, not a whole lot of live entertainment. I did see some marching bands when I was there, but, oh, my nose is itching. Let's see. Let's see. Once on a cruise coming back on the ship, I asked the guy how much our photo was on the wall. He had a Smartalic response, so my response was to take a photo of our photo on the wall. The only thing with the photo on the wall, taking the pictures of those, I know most people don't care. It's actually a violation of copyright. As a guy who has had his photos stolen and used for profit by other people, it's frustrating when you see that. So here's the strict moral code in me. I don't do that because I know that they technically own that picture and I don't, and me taking a picture is violating that. So it's a theft in a minor case, and yeah, they wouldn't get the money and all that, but that's just me. I know people are going to disagree with me, and I know people take the pictures because I've had to deal with them at Test Track when I worked there and trying to make them realize you need to put it on a PhotoPass card and get the picture that way. But, yeah, I generally try not to do that, even if they're a jerk. Let's see. People must have been nicer than those that worked at Epcot. Guests have gotten far more demanding and outright abusive. Yes. And it's sad. The last few years, I have just noticed that decency, friendliness, kindness, goodness is nowhere near as common as it used to be. And I don't think it's just at the parks. I think it's our culture as a whole. If you look at the way people talk to each other online, in social media, in person, in politics, in other stuff, we've forgotten how to be nice to each other. And it's a terrible thing. We're not better than we used to be. I will be very honest on that. Let me see here. Trying to see where I'm at on everything. How did I deal with kids who were scared to meet a character? Depends upon the kid. Most of the characters dealt with it themselves, and we would just stand back. But it would depend upon the character and the kid. Pluto, for example, because he couldn't speak, there were some little kids who would get scared of Pluto. And typically at that point, we would help Pluto out, and hey, he's just a puppy dog. Puppy dogs like pets. Don't you want to pet Pluto? And so Pluto would kind of get down on all fours, and we teach him how to gently pet his nose or maybe pet his back. And so the kids would figure out that Pluto was just a puppy dog. And so you could help them get over that fear that way. And different characters had different ways of doing that. But there were some cases that the kid just was not going to like the character, and that was okay. In which case then the character would back off. We would let the child have their space. We're not ever going to force a child up close to a character. And then if you get the family picture, and the parents were often the issue, trying to shove the kid up there, and the kid's scared to death, and the parents like, how stupid are you? Well, gee whiz, if you are only this tall and the mouse is this tall, that's terrifying. If we did get family picture, we would tell the parent, hold the child on the shoulder opposite of the character, so you are in between them. So you put the kid on this shoulder, and the character would stand here. And that way they felt like there was a safe barrier. It would help. But even then, sometimes you couldn't even get the kids to look at the camera because they're staring in terror at the character. Don't ever force them. Same thing as like a roller coaster. Don't ever force a child to do something that they are not up to doing, that they're scared of. Because that's when they may do something that could be dangerous. In the case of a roller coaster, somebody who is scared is far more likely to try to get out and jump off than somebody who's not. And that's the last thing you want to do on a ride. So, learn the culture of where you go. You may not fit in, but you'll be accepted. Okay, no brainer. You fit your name exactly there. It's why when I went to France, I learned several words. I learned a very simple thing that was amazing from, a relationship perspective. Is just a French culture thing that I had read about was when you walk into a business, whether it's a store or a restaurant, that you greet the people working with a bonjour. And my accent's horrible. I'm sorry. I don't speak French. But if you just said bonjour, greet them. Hello. This is how they greet people. And just by doing that, I would get the people who are working go, it's an American who's trying. And I had some great conversations. In contrast, at one point, I was with a couple other Americans just because of circumstances and meeting them in the park. And we walked in, and I said bonjour and started getting this great interaction. They never said anything. They were just like, well, service. And then after we got served, they were like, why did you get such great service and we didn't? I'm like, well, because I did something simple that related to the culture. So, yes, learn the culture. If you are going to travel abroad, learn the culture and do it. We tell people coming to the States, why don't they learn English before they come? Well, do the same thing in reverse. So, huge. In fact, I did a whole video about having a great international trip. And, in fact, let me see if I can pull that up. And that is actually one of the big things that is one of my big hints about it, is you really need to do that. So I'm going to link that here in the into the chat, because I don't know how many people want to see that. But there's the link to that. So definitely learn the culture. So, did I ever come across a kid who didn't want to ride something due to fear? Yep. Yes. I had a couple kids when I worked Rhino Rally that I said, absolutely not. Would not let them on Rhino Rally because the kids were scared to death. I'm like, sorry, I'm not going to risk your child's safety. And then you get them, but all right, a thing releasing you from, no, your child is scared. Nope. And Disney has an absolute policy that if that child is crying or upset because they're scared, they don't ride. Doesn't matter. And I think most parks have a policy like that. So yeah, it happens. It happens. Let's see. Saw a guest at Walt Disney World on New Year's Day yell at a cast member. Allison, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day are some of the worst. People are tired. They're exhausted. They've been dealing with people. I've seen lots of guests yell at cast members. Unfortunately, it's not as shocking as you might think. That's part of the training. They teach you to diffuse, to apologize, to try to remedy, to listen. And because a lot of times you get somebody who's upset, if you just listen to them, they'll spout it out and then they'll get over it. So, let's see here. Yeah, so lots of stuff like that. Great live stream so far. Thank you, Emil. We wants the redhead. Okay. Yeah, daughter will have the same reaction in Japan if she learns some of the language. She actually knows a few lines already. It's actually kind of funny because I know more Japanese than she does. When I was in high school, we had exchange students stay with us. And so I learned a number of phrases and things. Honestly, there was a point in my life when I was in high school that I thought I might live in Japan. High school, we think all sorts of things. So I do know some, and so I've been helping her a little bit. We've got a good friend who's in Springfield who's actually normally a missionary in Japan. So she's been able to talk to him and learn a bunch. So yeah, she is definitely learning some Japanese phrases. And it's anytime you're going to visit any place, it's huge, but especially if you're going to live there. She's going to be there 6 months. Yep. Let's see. At Worlds of Fun as a kid, my dad made me ride every roller coaster, no matter what. And now you hate them. Oh, that's too bad, White Cats. My family, when I was little, they didn't make me ride the huge coasters, but I always had to ride the log flume. And there was quite a while when that ride scared me. Those things are just bugging me. Looks like dandruff, and it's not. It's dog hair. But log flume scared me. And Great America at the time, it had two, and they were high and they crossed, and it was scary as a child. But I always did it. And then when I finally got over my fear at Knott's Berry Farm, all of a sudden those were fun. when I finally confronted my fear and rode something that terrified me and realized that I wasn't going to get hurt, that it wasn't as scary as I thought, that I wasn't going to fly off, but hey, this is actually kind of cool, that helped a lot. But my parents were always like, okay, we're not going to force you on anything too terrible, but Willard's Wizard, nope, you're going to ride that. The log flume, nope, you're going to ride that because we're not going to leave you at the entrance while everybody else rides. Okay. But a lot of it is facing a fear and then realizing, you know what I'm actually worried about isn't real. It's more dangerous to get to the park in your car than it is to ride anything at the park. So, amazing. Even a badly butchered hello in the native language can go such a long way. Yes, it can. Let's see here. Don't know if they still have that policy. See screaming kids in line get on rides all the time at Disney, Kathy? I hope not at Disney. Disney was always one of the strictest. I've seen it at Six Flags and a couple others, but generally if a child is scared, Disney's not supposed to let them ride because of the safety and liability factor. That's one of their 4 keys. Number 1 key, safety. And that's a safety thing. So if they're doing that, but then I've noticed that efficiency seems to overrule safety and other things under Chapek. So that's a whole nother opinion deal too. But they've got the 4 keys to the kingdom out of order in some places, and they need to get it back the way it's supposed to. Heard if you ask to see him at the right time for a free fast pass, they will give you one. No. Okay. Here is a tip and trick. If you want to get freebies, don't ask for them. If you want special treatment, don't ask for it. Don't expect it. Don't demand it. The people that would walk up to me when I was a photographer and say, hey, I want you to do this for me. Oh, gee, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't have any ability. Nope, can't do that. Don't ask them for free fast passes because they're going to tell you no. Now, if I came up to them, this is actually true. We had this on a couple of our trips where Aaron and Laurel had joined us on different tickets, and we had fast passes and they didn't. And we would walk up and say, hey, I've got 3 fast passes on this ride. He's joined us for the day. He doesn't have a fast pass. Is it possible to get them in our group and go through fast pass with us? If not, we can go through standby. We'll juggle. We'll have somebody that doesn't ride. We'll work something out. But is it possible? And if you ask them very kindly for a favor and you're perfectly fine with them saying no, every time I asked them that, they did it for me. Norway, they were very hesitant about it. We had weird issues on the day that we were at Epcot where the 2 extra tickets we had my daughter and I on our annual passes at the time, which we don't have now. And then my wife and our friend was on cast member tickets, and they had gone through and the admission machines had quit working for some weird reason. So they had to go through another thing, and they were told they were given 3 super fast passes and they weren't on there. And so we had fast passes booked over at the Frozen ride, and their thing wasn't working, and we couldn't get it to work, and there wasn't a way to fix it. And we were like, and we're standing here at our fast pass time. And so I went up and I explained what had happened, and the lady that was working was kind of going, uh-huh, sure. And I was kind of going, okay, understand, no problem. We'll try to come up with something. And her manager walked up and said, by the way, there's been people who haven't gotten their tickets scanned right, so their fast passes aren't showing. And I was like, oh, thank you for the timing. And so he buzzed us in. But otherwise, if you ask for something within normal bounds, yes. But if you ever ask for an extra, a freebie or something, don't. Just don't. I would have people as a photo pass photographer who would ask me if I could give them fast passes. Nope. And I usually had 1 or 2 hiding in my pocket I had gotten from other cast member friends. So don't do that. Oh, let's see. Get them to calm down. Try the ride. Yes. Wouldn't force a kid to ride anything that freaked them out, and we back up kids with the parents. One of the things I have found that helps a lot if a kid is scared is to kind of walk them through the ride, let them see it, let them see the beginning and the end and everything you can, and explain it, and they would be good. Most kids were. Flyby Star Dancer, yes. Miss Loggers run a Yankee Clipper. If I eventually get my video done on Marriott's Great America in California, I'll have pictures of those. Best log flumes ever. Well, okay, no, I can't say that. I have to say Splash Mountain and Knott's Berry Farm are better, but they were amazing rides. She makes it 6. Let's see. Yeah, Russian parents leave their children on the street and then leave the country. Other countries, it's hard when you see some of the stuff go on. I could do lots of stories, but y'all don't want to hear that. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Worlds of Fun was about to get on the water slide ride, and the worker told me, "Do you really want to ride this?" It scared me, and I cried before he got on, still had to ride. Sometimes people don't think. I used to be the type that if I heard somebody was a little scared, I would start making up stupid stuff to scare them more. And then I kind of realized what a jerk I was being. And sometimes in this case, the ride operator, they probably were just doing a safe check. Hey, are you sure you want to ride this? Because if you don't, we can pull you off and keep you safe. They probably didn't have any intention of scaring you, but they probably were also wanting to make sure they didn't put a kid on who was scared and might jump off. So, ever been a roaming cast member in front of the Disney parades? No, I was a PhotoPass photographer. That's what I was a PhotoPass photographer. Unless you mean the PhotoPass photographers that kind of wander now, that's a new thing, at least compared to me. When I was there, generally about 15 minutes before the parade started, 15, 20, the photographers would just plain leave and go backstage and start breaks. In my case, I would work on getting candids, and some of what those photographers do now is actually stuff that me and a few other photographers, Steven and Jen and a few others, we were kind of the ones that pushed that. They told us, you're not going to get anything. People are just they're not going to get up and pose for pictures, so just come in. And we're like, we can get candids. We can get them getting the, eating and smiling and doing other stuff. Didn't have the signs, but that kind of came later. So those photographers you see before parades now doing some of that, that was people I worked with that got that kind of a thing going. But it really took off after I left in 2011. So, okay. So let's see. Ever not gone on a ride because I know something wrong with the ride? Only with a couple carnivals. We had one carnival company come through town here that was terrible. Terrible. Bad. So, let me see here. Okay, let me pull up something else fun to watch. Let me see here. Trying to see if I can find a fairly short one that could be kind of fun. Let's see. Or let me see. What is my other videos I got there? Oh, by the way, everybody who thinks I am a great videographer. So let me show you some of my best video footage ever. I'm going to shrink this up here again. You probably would be surprised how many times I have shots like this.
So it's basically a squeeze clip, or you can get ones that'll stretch and hold it, and then it's a grip. So each of them you can buy them for about $8 or so. But it makes it much easier. This is the magic of editing when you're filming to hold it steady. Plus your hand isn't up at the microphone.
Hey,
so you're
look,
not getting a lot of
almost pop steady.
Weird noises. So it's a cheap way to do the 100.
So, yes, I have lots of clips like that, most of which I delete. I came across that today and was like, oh, yeah, people might want to see that. Let's see. So I did that one. Okay, so we were talking a little bit about characters. This could actually be a fun
Disney
one.
World or Disneyland.
Oh, come here. Get the right thing. Oh, and hey, I got an old blooper reel on here, too. I'll catch the blooper reel here in just a minute.
Disney World or Disneyland. You're getting ready to meet the characters for the first time, and you're not quite sure what to do. Well, here's a whole bunch of do's and don'ts to help you have the best, most memorable experience possible.
Okay, so here's meeting character information for you. When you're at Disneyland or Disney World, one of the things you've got to do is you have to go meet some of the characters. That's part of what being at Disney is. You may want to go meet Mickey, you may want to meet the fairies, you may want to meet the princesses, you may want to meet Donald and Goofy. You could even be meeting the Marvel characters or a number of others. You want to be able to have the best experience possible. So let me share some hints and secrets with you and some do's and don'ts that'll help you be able to get the most out of your time with them. The first thing to remember is that there are basically two types of characters. There's what we call face and fur. A face character is anybody that you can see their actual face and they can talk to you. Right now, I would be a face character, although a pretty ugly one at that. The princesses, the fairies, some of the superheroes, those are usually face characters, and they can talk to you normal. A fur character, on the other hand, would be somebody like Minnie, Donald, Goofy, Chip and Dale, Winnie the Pooh, Tigger. Those are all fur characters, and they normally don't talk at all. So the photographers or the character attendants will actually help you talk to them and communicate and tell you what they're saying back to you if you don't understand. Mickey in some places is a little unusual. Mickey is typically a fur character. He doesn't talk. However, they have had some times recently where Mickey has been talking to people and having conversations. Can't always tell you when and where that'll happen, but be aware, Mickey is generally the one fur character that might actually talk. Otherwise, furs don't. So with that out of the way, here's my do's and don'ts. Do know which character you're in line for and who it is. I can't tell you how many times at Disney we would have people come up to meet a character and then not know who they were. We would have people walk up to Donald and say, "Hey, look, it's Daffy Duck." Wrong color, wrong company. Chip and Dale got called Chip and Dip. The Chippendales, all sorts of other weird things. I heard Mickey called Mortimer. What really got me was when people would walk up, and especially with Mickey, and they go, "Who's the mouse?" You mean the one you just waited an hour to meet and you don't know who it is? Know who they are. Better yet, if you can know what their story is, it will give you even more fun with them. Especially when you got the face character. You can walk up to Sleeping Beauty and ask how Prince Philip is. Is he out slaying dragons again? Has Rapunzel been locked up in any towers lately? How long does it take to do her hair? And have wonderful conversations and a whole lot of fun that way. Knowing their story will make the whole experience much more fun. Here's some other things that knowing their story can help you with. I watch people bring Ariel dingle hoppers. If you don't know what that is, you need to go watch The Little Mermaid. And they would have fun with the dingle hoppers and do what Ariel thought you did with them. So there's a trick. You got to go look up at your Disney stuff now. Do watch where you walk. Don't walk behind them where they can't see you. Walk in front of them. If they are a fur character, they don't have a very big, broad perspective in their sight. It's a little narrow area that they can see. And if you're walking somewhere that's not right there, they're not going to see you. So keep in front or right to the side where they're able to turn and see you easily. Don't go behind them. Don't scoot around by their feet. If you've got little ones, hold the little ones out where they can see them or let them know that they're there. "Hey, Mickey, I've got my daughter is standing in front of you." That way he can turn and go, "Oh, there they are," and not trip over them because nobody wants a character falling on them. Don't step on the characters. I know this should be obvious, but I can't tell you how many people
forgot I
I
muted
saw
my mic.
that thought it was funny
Yes, I know
to
I'm
step
switched.
on Mickey's feet. Yes, he's got big shoes on, but it's not funny to step on his feet. It hurts. You don't want people stepping on yours. Don't step on the characters. Whether it's their tail, whether it's their feet, whether it's their clothes, whatever. Don't step on them. Do talk to them. One of the weirdest things that we would see when people met characters was they wouldn't talk to them. They would talk to the photographer, they would talk to the character attendant, but they wouldn't talk to the character. Isn't it so cool that we get to meet Mickey? Hey, do you think Mickey would sign my autograph book? Do you think Mickey could answer a question? Do you think Mickey would pose for a picture? Ask him! He's right there! Talk to the characters. Hey, Mickey, could you sign this for me? Thank you so much, Mickey. Donald, has Mickey been driving you nuts today? Are you having a good day? Hey Donald, the chipmunks aren't driving you nuts, are they? Talk to the character. Let them know you're there. They'll talk back. They may not be able to use words, but they'll use gestures and all sorts of other ways to communicate with you. Talk to the characters. It'll make it so much more fun for everybody.
I can't say that enough. If you just come up and go, "Hi, Mickey," autograph, and then pose, it's going to be a boring interaction, and the characters are going to respond to what you do. If you're just there to pose for a picture, okay, I'll just pose for a picture. But if you want to have some fun, come up with a question to ask them, or a story to tell, or something to show them, or as I've done, bring a box of candy, just your little $1 boxes of M&Ms and stuff. You will get some amazing reactions. Sorry, my nose is itching. When we were at Animal Kingdom with my daughter, Launchpad and Scrooge gave us these huge stories and all sorts of stuff because we gave them a box of candy. Just some really cool stuff that way. So small gifts, questions, stories, anything that you can relate with them is going to help you get a great deal. And don't worry about being silly with it. It's okay. In fact, half the time being silly is even more fun. So, reminder of the Chippendale story with the nuts. Yeah, if you didn't see that last week, oh yes, that was terrible. And the worst part was the couple of us who were familiar with it. Every time we worked with Chippendale, that plays through your mind. Yes, Donald loves being told he's number one, and Donald doesn't like anything Mickey. He's very jealous of Mickey's success, and that Mickey is the one that's in charge of the park and not him. And so if you play up to that a little bit and either point out Mickey's stuff or tell Donald how much better he is than Mickey, yeah, you're going to get some great interactions. So
have your autograph books ready. Don't come in with 20 autograph books all stacked up. At the same time, don't keep them put away in your bags and under the stroller, and have them out ready to go so they're easy to get to. And have a pen. Yes, the photographers and attendants will often have pens, but not always. Sometimes people grabbed our pens and took off with them. Make sure you've got a pen that's appropriate for what you want to sign. If it's an autograph book, any ballpoint pen will do. But if you want them to sign a cast or a picture frame or a shirt or a blanket or a hat or anything else like that, don't forget to have a Sharpie permanent marker with you. The fine tip ones are the best because they're the easiest for them to grab and sign with. The fat ones don't work quite so well, but make sure you got your pens ready, and especially if you want certain colors. Don't have it hiding, don't forget it, have it out ready to go. It'll save you time, it'll save everybody time and frustration. Related.
Couple things. It's good to carry your own, if at all possible. Characters and the attendants will usually have them with them. As a photographer, I always carried at least 2 Sharpies and usually 4 or 5. Just because you didn't want to have the whole deal where, oh, where's our pen? I don't know. Here, let me just grab you a pen. I've got one already. But it's good to have them just in case. You don't want to have that one weird moment where a guest has walked off with their pen and then nobody has one. So, yep, bring a pen. Let's see here. My sister was getting our autographs from Vanellope and talking to her. Ralph and I were dancing behind Vanellope's back. You can get some great stuff. My daughter danced with a number of characters. When I saw Timon, there was some weird music playing, and so both of us started doing mashed potato. So, yeah, just have fun. Don't hesitate to make a fool of yourself because you're already made into character. Go ahead. You're going to have much more fun with it. So, dressed as Belle, library dress, had a bag that looked like a giant book. Had so much fun with Belle and Gaston. Oh, I can imagine Gaston had some fun with you with that. So, let's see. And Kathy had commented, used to be afraid to hold up the line. They will move you through. If they need to move the line quick, they'll be able to get you quick and still give you a good interaction. Trust the characters and the attendants. They're going to be able to take care of you, and they'll guide you through it. So if they're in a hurry, they can still take a couple moments and do something and answer a quick question. And if they're not, then you got the opportunity to take some time. So don't worry about holding up the line, but also kind of pay attention to the cues that they're giving you. Because if you're standing there telling them a 30-minute long story, they're going to, oh, hey, let's go.
Right. To that, don't forget the autographs and stuff until after the pictures. Do get your autographs and things before your post pictures at the end. We had so... Okay, so this actually comes out of a system that we put in place while I was there called Pass. And it was presentation, which is your introduction, and then autograph. We found it was much faster overall to do the autographs at the beginning, let them get all of that done. And if there's more than one character, then one can play with the other one signs and back and forth. Do all the autographs first and then do the pictures and stuff at the end. Just the way it worked out. So many times that people get their pictures, they get the snapshot, and they would be leaving right afterwards, and they get down a ways and go, oh, we forgot the autographs. If you've got them out ahead of time, it's easier for everybody if they do it before the pictures, because after the pictures, everybody's ready to go. Don't forget them. Don't leave them till afterwards. Get the autographs first, then get the pictures. Do hold on to your kids on the opposite shoulder from the character if they're scared. I know this one sounds a little weird, but it's a neat trick when you have a child that is scared, terrified, or upset of the characters. It's normal for a baby to a 3 or 4 year old to be scared of the characters. And it's okay. Don't get mad at them. Don't get upset. And don't try to force them up to a character they're afraid of. Yes, they may have been wanting desperately to meet that character ahead of time. But when you're expecting a mouse to be about yay high, and all of a sudden it's yay high, it's scary. There's a little trick to be able to help you get the best picture, though, if your child is scared. If Mickey is standing over on this side of you, put your child on this side and hold on to him up here. You create a natural, friendly, loving barrier between them and the character that they're afraid of, and they won't be so scared. They know that you're going to protect them, that you're going to keep them safe, and then they're much more likely to smile and look at the camera and get a nice picture. They're also more likely to actually reach out and touch the character. Don't push them. Don't rush them. Don't be... Okay. So we hit that earlier. Hit a couple of the questions. Beautiful toy reviews. Is there a character that won't dance? Or do all the good characters dance? It's up to the character and the circumstances. They're not always going to dance unless the situation kind of dictates it. And then if they want to, that's really up to them. Don't expect them to, but then don't be terribly surprised if they do either. It comes as part of the interaction, and whether it's appropriate and whether they want to. And so I can't say a good character does it. I can't say a bad character doesn't. They go with what works. Peter Pan and the princesses usually have the best interactions. You know, honestly, I have seen incredible, amazing, fantastic interactions from every single character. I can't say that there is one that has a better interaction than others, because I have seen some absolutely amazing things from all of them. So we may have our favorites, but they all do an amazing job. And every single one, I've seen some crazy good stuff. So, let's see here. Fun fact, Epcot stands for every person comes out tired. Experimental polyester costumes of torture. Or every paycheck comes on Thursday. There's lots of things Epcot stands for. Have you ever seen adults be creepy with the princesses? Yes. I have seen guys my age try to ask the princesses for their phone numbers or ask them out. I have seen people try to sneak a pinch or a poke. Yeah, unfortunately, I have seen that. I have seen people of various ages try to see if the fur characters, like the mice and the ducks, were boys or girls. People are just crass and stupid. So yes, I have seen all of that. Thankfully, it's rare, but it's part of the reason that Jasmine, for example, changed her costume at Walt Disney World from the bikini style thing that she had to being fully covered, because people were just not being appropriate. And again, 97% were, but when you have 1 in 100 people coming up and being a jerk, and you're seeing 700 people a day, that
gets on you after a while. So, yeah, unfortunately, I've seen that.
Be upset with your kids if they're afraid of the characters. Do help them. Don't grab or grope the characters.
Here we go.
People would think it was fun to grab Pluto's tail and pull on it, to bump Donald in the tail, to grab Mickey or Minnie's ears, to slap Donald or Pluto on the bill or the nose. It's not funny. It hurts. You don't want people doing that to you. Then what was really bad was then they would try to grab them and grope them and see if they've got certain body parts. That's just rude. You really don't want people doing that to you. Don't do it to them. They're there for you to have fun, not to be abused.
Yeah.
Use a little common sense. Do be considerate of other guests. We would be with the characters, and here's these kids running wild while the parents are just letting them go, and they'd be running through other people's pictures and jumping into the middle of their moments. You would have people that walk in front of cameras, people that would just cut in and not wait in line.
Okay, so here's one thing that we did do. We couldn't always get these kids under control because you can't grab them, you can't touch them like you really wanted to. But those were the families that when their actual turn came up, they didn't get autographs. If they did, it was a scribble, which meant nothing, and pose, and they're out. They got nothing from the characters generally if they were not controlling their kids and being obnoxious and all of that kind of stuff. So just one way that we did deal with it. Okay, we can't rein your kids in for you. We can ask you to please get your children under control, but if you don't, you're getting a crappy interaction.
They would talk really loud and obnoxious. They would yell at other people. They would yell at characters across the room. You're going to get your moment. You'll get your time. Don't ruin it for other people. Hold on to your kids. It's a great way to teach your kids how to wait their turn, how to share. Don't spoil it for other people. They're there to have fun just like you are. Let them have their moment. You'll get yours. Just remember to be polite and courteous, and you'll have the same thing extended to you. The last thing to remember...
Okay, so hidden couple things. Do I have a favorite Disney quote? Not really. Nothing that comes to mind right offhand. Somebody was trespassed recently for taking liberties. Yeah, it does happen. If you can catch them in the act, yep, they're going to get walked out. And depending upon what they did, worse. Video Bird's asking if I'm a parent. Video Bird, did you miss the pictures of me pointing out my daughter and my son on rides? Okay, maybe you just joined in. That's okay. Yes, I'm a parent. My kids are both graduated from college, so they're not really kids anymore. Favorite thing about characters acting crazy? I like Pluto fighting a kid. Okay, I know which video you were talking about. Being a photographer working with the characters, I have to be honest, that video ticks me off. And not because of what Pluto does. What he's referring to is when Pluto at Disneyland actually ends up chasing a kid around Main Street, the first entrance area there, a little bit, because this kid has abused Pluto. If I remember right, the kid kicked him. Mom and Dad did nothing. Nobody was there. And so Pluto was trying to catch this kid who's under control and who has attacked him and trying to rein him in before he causes more trouble. And ends up the kid trips and falls, and then people start yelling at Pluto. And it's not Pluto's fault. Pluto's defending himself. Pluto's trying to take control of a situation that the people who should have taken control didn't. I was not pleased. I don't know where Pluto's attendant was because they should have been on that and they weren't. That's why they have attendants. Personally, I would have been like, if Pluto had hit this kid, the kid had it coming. But good for Pluto for not doing it. I heard Pluto got in trouble for that, which made me even madder. But yeah, those kinds of things irritate me when I see the characters get abused, and especially if they get blamed for it. Are we allowed to give Mickey a banana peel? A slip to Mickey. That's just bad, Crazy Mike. That's what I was laughing at a minute ago. As I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness. Okay.
And probably the most important, have fun. Enjoy your time with them. Put a smile on. This is why you came. It's why they're there. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the experience.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video about do's and don'ts of meeting the characters. If you've never met them before, it's a good starting point. If you have, there might even be a couple things on there that you hadn't thought about before. But the characters are there for your enjoyment, for you to meet, for you to have a good time with. Don't skip them. It's one of the best parts of visiting Disney World. Thank you again for watching. Please don't forget.
Okay. So, one other thing I have people mention all the time, but aren't the characters just for kids? No, they are there for everybody. And some of my favorites are actually the adults talking to them. Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, just getting a quick note here from something. Craig, no problem. Totally get it. Understand. So, because he's actually somebody watching the stream. In fact, there. All right. So I did mention the blooper roll here. And with this, I'll actually kind of give you all a heads up as to why I generally don't do blooper rolls. Oh, and you know what? I need to fix my login too, so I'm not showing up as George. Hey, weirdest thing why it keeps wanting to do that. I don't understand. So at least it hasn't booted me out of the live stream yet. That I did this a couple times where I did blooper reels from several different videos, and what I found was trying to keep all these clips when I make the mistakes and then try to compile them all together at the end into one big video became very difficult. Hard for me to keep track of, hard for me to make sure I had them organized, hard for me to put them together. And it ended up becoming hours and hours and hours of work for something that should be fun. So what I ended up doing, it's paid off in a couple different ways, is I ended up starting to take my bloopers and just putting them at the end of the videos. So if you haven't been watching my videos all the way through, you're missing the bloopers, because that's where the fun is. So I put them at the end, so that way you still get the bloopers, you can still get the laughs, you can still see me going blah, 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 which I do a bunch. But now they're at the end of every video, so you can get a little dose, almost every time. Not every video has bloopers. I only put the ones on that at least make me smirk and smile and laugh, and I think will be funny. So if I have just I won't put that in the blooper reel, because that's like, yeah, okay, so what? But if it's something that I think is amusing or entertaining, I'll put it in. So at the end of every video now, skip to the end and look for the bloopers right before the credits. That's where they'll be. But this is a 8-minute blooper reel I did way back then. And while it is running, I'm going to step out for just a minute. But you'll have a lot of fun with this, I think. Give you a few good laughs, I hope.
I hope you've been enjoying my videos. Thank you so much for watching. Of course, as you do all these things, you're going to have some slips and bleeps and blunders and flub-ups. So, here's some of my hopefully funnier ones for you. Every guest, of course, is special. And then Mickey, of course, oh jeez, I can't even get this. Hi there. This week, I like to talk, and some of the things that you would have to do, yes, even the river, treat. And so it was a great, maybe been out catching mice, and so, ouch. And so I kind of made my stray kitty wasn't quite so little, and it had no tongue, and I went, like I said, it was never a dull moment. There's a great way to start, right after I hit record.
Okay, so there is absolute proof that anybody ever thinks that I'm always just clean and polite and sweet. I drive my daughter nuts, my sister too. when people would come in to meet Mick, what would be fun is when people would come in to meet Donald.
Because Mickey and Donald are the same.
Splat! Oh. Ooh. Crunch! Bang! Oh, we love the cookie lady. Duh. Off. Boom, bang. Boom. It's pouring. What is that? Mickey was also, or Minnie was also. Of course, I think it was usually to make Minnie jump. Well, as they're walking past this. Oh, no. You know, there are tricks, though, to staying cool. Oh, yuck. Okay. Sometimes it meant hopping out up onto the loading platform. Some of the parks would actually keep ice pops in the freezers of the off the.
Thank you, Zach.
I can't remember what some of my other tricks were.
Love it, in the middle of all my
And I'm talking way too fast. Oh my gosh.
This is called not having a clue what I'm saying.
Can I tell you? I can tell you, although I can tell you, but I can tell you, let me tell you. Can I tell you? Well, let me tell you. Can I tell you? But can I tell you? Can I tell you? But can I tell you? Well, let me tell you. Going into work for the first time, I've been assigned to the... And here I am.
Waiting for the brain to
Across
turn
the
on.
hallway from that was the character camp. Not right. Across the hallway from that. Did you hit it? Why are you smirking weird?
It's funny watching you in the camera.
There's my daughter, by
Throw
the way.
things at you. If you don't want to watch it, get out.
Reading fan fiction.
So what's it like to arrive at work at, I'm not going to be able to do this straight with you there. And I can't talk this part.
You can do it.
This... The security cars. Not security cars. The armored transport. Swings at him. Swings at him. Throws a punch. Okay. Was you're driving these big, huge... Ew, that was just horrible. And as we're coming around to bend... that's totally not me. The engineer sits for a long time. I'm totally missing my cue. Yeah, that's terrible. One that will always sit in their memories and they will never forget. How does something sit in their memories? At Silver Dollar City, what they would do is they would actually... At Silver Dollar City, if they got a compliment from... In fact, at Disney, if you were caught taking a cash tip and you hadn't cleared it then with your management, and 4th of July at theme parks often is a...
Terrible camera angle.
We like to think of We like to think that it's just fireworks at the 4th of July. But you know what? There are some... Dang. I can't talk. Shut up. Okay.
That'd be a kid.
Here's a couple good stories for you. Bang, 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 bang. They would add in fireworks and other... Man. Yes, I edit out a lot of stuff when I do these things.
I believe it.
It gets... Oh, no, don't want that story. Well, then, of course, they get a little irritated. That's a boring story. There really wasn't much else in Silver Dollar City that happened on the 4th of July.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
don't do a lot.
And then, of course, there was the one... And this lady walks up to me and says... Okay. And you do the costume. And says... Bleh. Okay, this one... Oh, gosh, this is not flowing. It's really in... Gosh, I'm screwing this up. Okay, so the whole intro up to this point is going to be deleted, pretty much. I don't even have a cup.
Cup. With my iced tea.
So the stuff I do want, I don't have. As I continue.
Don't you love how lost I am at that point?
Oh my freaking gosh.
So, yes. I have quite a number of clips with me in the phone ringing and like, no! And then I noticed London popped in there with a little deal. Okay, so you're going to actually like this. I was looking at these things the other day.
That is a real confession from a theme park worker. That is a...
So you can hear this. Now, if you want funny, way back in the old days, if you were here last weekend, you noticed that I had this video, and this, I actually recorded it and clipped it as an attempt at a signature clip to put on video.
That is a real confession from a theme park worker.
And I was going to put that at the end of my videos, and I looked at that and went, ick, that is just so bad between the bad delivery, the bad wall, the bad look, unshaved. And yet I have kept this, and just to kind of remind me, this is not what you want in a video. So, yes, bad tagline. Maybe I ought to put that in a t-shirt. That's a real confession of a theme park worker. Could I finish that thought about not clearing, taking a cash tip? Cast members generally at, well, pretty much any theme park are not allowed to take a cash tip. Please don't offer them unless they are working. I got hair sticking out all over now. Unless they are working a job that you normally tip, for example, a waiter or waitress at a table service restaurant. Here in the States, we're expected to tip them. But if it's a regular cast member, so in my case, ride operators, photographers, train robbers a little different. But the vast majority of your people in the parks just doing their jobs, a cash tip can actually get them in trouble. Because you're not supposed to be doing it for cash tips. You're supposed to be doing it because you're just supposed to do it. So Disney actually has a policy that if somebody tries to give you a cash tip, you have to tell them no 3 times. You have to refuse the tip. If they still insist on giving you one, at that point you take the tip so that way you don't offend the guest, but you are supposed to take it to your management team and give it to them. If you just take a cash tip and keep it, Disney actually has a deal where they can write you up for it, and depending upon what it was and how much, you could actually potentially be fired for it. There are ways that you can give guest compliments. At the time we had called a guest service fanatic that even a guest could have filled out. You could go to guest relations. Now actually both Disneyland and Walt Disney World, you can actually send a tweet and hashtag it cast compliment and then tag the park in it as well.
Pictures are great for that, and those will actually get compliments sent to the cast members and things like that. Or again, the boxes of candy, small gifts, those are fine. So you could give a cast member a pin or a candy or a note card or something like that. That would be okay, but no money. Don't give them money. So that's where that came up. No, you've totally set yourself up to be the butt of many a joke. Oh, absolutely. I don't mind being jokes. Hey, if people laugh at my expense, that's cool with me. So, ever had such a bad time with words not coming out that you just stopped filming for a while? Yes, I have. You actually watched a couple times where I just sat there and went, and then just walked off. Like, this isn't working. So, yeah, Suzanne, you say, oh my God. While I generally do not cuss unless I get really mad, yeah, every now and then there are words that come out. I am human. I have my moments. So I'm not going to let you know what words I say here, but generally what people consider 4-letter words, I don't say. But there are occasional times, yeah. So freaking, yep, it comes out. There's a couple others. Oh, my favorite's hearing a train in the background. Yeah, because our church is actually right near the railroad tracks. So I've been interrupted by trains coming by. It wasn't in this clip, but I did have a clip where some guy pulled up in front of the church and just laid on the horn. I'm like, so, let's see. Yeah, tips are a very American way of saying thank you for your service. Yes and no. We have a lot of jobs where we expect tips as a thank you for the service. Disney and the theme parks, though, they don't want you giving good service because of a tip. And they're afraid that if you get in the habit of accepting tips, that you will then be looking for the tips rather than delivering service to everybody the same. And so that's one of the big reasons not to do it. Now, I did mention that the train was different. And that is because as train robbers, we're robbing the train. And so stealing or getting money from the guest was part of the robbery. And yes, we did get given real money. A lot of the money went to charity. Silver Dollar City has a group called the Silver Dollar City Foundation, and a lot of it would get donated to that. And that got used for a number of different things that way. But we did, a lot of us, if we were given cash, dollar bills, we would keep it. I had one lady one time give me $38 in cash. She kept coming up, and I came up to her on the train. She gave me $1 and was like, "Oh, cool, it's real money, yay!" And so she hands me another $1. "Oh, hey, awesome too. Okay, that's cool." And hands me another $1. I was going, "Dude, I'll just keep standing here all day." And so she pulls out a $5. I was like, "Hey, this is working really good." And so I'm just kind of messing around with her, and then out comes a 10 and then a 20. And I was like, "Dude, lady, I'll just stand here and rob you all day. These other people might want me to rob them too. But I mean, hey, you." At that point, she's laughing and I'm dancing for her and everything else. But yeah, so that was the one place at Silver Dollar City that we did sort of get cash tips. And if it was over a $5 bill, we always, well, even a 5. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you want to give it? You're not going to get it back. You know that it's, but we would have people that would occasionally deliberately come out and give us tips for being out there working our tails off. But we always confirmed that they really meant to do that. So, let's see. Do they still use prop weapons on the train? I don't know if they will this year or not. They did a pop gun last year that was terrible, and half the time they didn't even have their shotgun. So I have no idea what's going to happen on that this year. So, who tips a theme park ride operator? You might be surprised, Zach. There are times when the operators get a chance to interact with the guests other than just get on, get off. And that's where it comes from, that because people are like, "Oh, wow, they're actually real people and they're friendly and nice." And so some people think rather than just saying, "Hey, thank you, that was fun," that they need to pay them for that. But you'd be surprised how often I got offered tips Rhino Rally, I got offered tips fairly often. As a photographer, I had once a week I would have to turn away a tip, at least. I actually, I did have a couple of my note cards that I have. I had guests that deliberately hunted me down later on to find a way to give me the card to say thank you, with chocolate bars and stuff. So yeah, it does happen if you are a friendly person. Could a person hug a cast member? Maybe. Really, again, depends upon the situation, the circumstances, the cast member. I had a few guests I hugged. I used to be a very huggy person. I'm not so much anymore, just because of various things that have happened over time. There are some cast members that are not comfortable with hugs. Now, the characters generally are comfortable with that because that's part of the interaction. People are excited to see them, they hug. But a regular cast member, it depends. It really does. Ask. I had a few times, though, when people were having a hard day and I did something, and just the natural response was, hug. And so that's fine. But be careful. Tip workers can reduce hourly wage if you're waiting tables generally. That's the one spot that will do that. Disney, a lot of the wait service does have a reduced hourly wage because they get tips. So thank goodness I ditched that catchphrase. Yeah. I have tried it a couple times here and there where I said something and people went, oh, that would be good. And I tried using it once or twice more and was like, I finally came to the conclusion that me having an effective catchphrase it's just inconceivable. So there. Yeah, I might say tips to balance away from giving good service to everyone, and that's why we didn't do tips. Turn the volume up a bit. It's kind of low. Okay. Let me know if that's a little bit better for you. Thanks, Big Steve, for the heads up on that. Yeah, because I had adjusted my volume a little bit for a couple things, so OBS is very nice in that it lets me adjust that. So thank you for the heads up on that. Let's see. If you can't find a cast member to hug, I'll take it. I can always use a hug. Yep. So, Huggies, put diaper joke. Oh, thank you so much, London, for that gift. And yes, if you do have a cast member, do a good job. I have a whole video here that's actually called Better Than a Cash Tip. Let's see. In fact, I could actually even play that one next. So let me cue that up. Because I talk about several things that are going to be much better than the cash tips for good reason, because of what they do. Cash tip is nice, but it goes quick. But there's a lot of things that you can do for a cast member that just lasts longer, has a deeper impression, impact. There are things that people did for me that it's been, 9 years. That's scary to think. It's been almost 9 years. Well, actually, in 3 days, it will be 9 years. That I still have. That still are memorable and mean more than a cash tip did. So the one reason I remember the one lady on the train was just because it was this long, drawn-out interaction that really did something different. But cash tips are a quick way to say thank you, but there's ways that are really a lot better. So let me play this one. This is an older video. This is one I have kind of done an update about a year ago, but there's still a lot I like about this original one. So we'll catch this real quick. So a theme park employee has just done something special and you want to give them a tip, but you know a cash tip's probably not the best thing to do. So what can you do? Well, here's some things that people did for me. Of course, over the years working at theme parks, I've had a lot of opportunities to be able to do something a little special to make a guest day. That's probably the best part about the job. When you get that opportunity to do something that just takes them from having a good day to a great day, a fantastic one. One that they will always remember. And okay, aren't you happy I have worked on my editing skills so I'm not jumping like this now? Woohoo! Sometimes those guests would return the favor to us. They would come in prepared to find a special employee or somebody who had done something and give them a thank you. Over the years, I've had a lot of special moments with guests. If you're going to a park and you're wanting to do something special to make somebody else's day great, let me give you some ideas of things that guests have done for me that help make my day special. At every park that you go to, if a worker or a cast member or somebody does something special for you, make a note of it. Get their name, the ride they're working at, the day and the time, and be sure to make a stop at guest relations. Or be sure to send an email to the park, because every park has ways of recognizing their employees that have done something special. They of course hear complaints all the time, but it's neat when they get to hear those special moments. At Silver Dollar City, if they had a guest send in a compliment, they would send a note down to that person's place of employment and let them know that it was fun when your boss would walk in and say, "Hey, we got a note about you, and you did good this time." The other thing that they would do is, if it was an extraordinary moment, they would have weekly meetings where all the park leadership would get together, and they would bring those up at the meetings. Well, if your name got brought up at a meeting, then your whole leadership team would get together and they would make a card for you. And the whole leadership team would then sign that card, letting you know that you did a great job. But you didn't just get a card. You also got a kudos bar to give you kudos for doing something great, above and beyond, for making a memory worth repeating. At Disney, if guest relations got a note, not only did it get forwarded to your management in your department, but it also got forwarded onto a special department. And they would take some of the best ones, the most memorable ones, and they would put them together in a newsletter to help encourage everybody else. A lot of these notes would then be put together into something called a walk through the park. And you could pick these up at some of the kiosks. You could go through each issue. And it was filled with stories of what different cast members had done and how...
So this walk through the park, the Main Street Diary, is not printed anymore. It's actually all online at this point, which I like the old printed ones. I never got put in this, but I actually did have two of my friends. One from my church, in fact, and then one of our other photographers ended up in here that I knew. So that was really cool when you read through and going, oh, I know them! This was just a great little publication that Disney did that gave you all sorts of insight onto what a great interaction with a guest was like. I still love going back and reading the copies of this I've got. But yes, the jump cuts, oh man. That's the one of the hardest things about looking at these old videos is that jump cut bit. It's not just my editing skills. I've actually gotten better at talking to a camera. And so a lot of what I was doing at the time was trying to edit out all of my uhs, ers, because I had a lot of them. And so I'm much more smooth in talking to the camera and more natural and more used to it and more looking at the camera. So even with the live stream, I wouldn't have wanted to do a live stream at this point. It would have been ugly. So the cuts are trying to cover up some of that. But part of the reason they're so jumpy is because I moved around a lot. And so it looks like I'm doing all this action stuff. It's because as I'm talking, I'm doing this kind of a thing. And I had to teach myself that when I'm doing video, to stay in one spot and to try to keep myself still. So even if my hands do something quick, my body stays still. So even if I do a clip in the middle, you don't see it as much because my body is basically still in one position. My head's in the same spot and it's not doing that kind of stuff. So that has helped a lot. So as weird as it sounds, I'm actually editing it about the same amount, but it doesn't look as bad because my delivery has improved a whole lot. So it really makes a difference in how used to talking to a camera you can get.
Guests had recognized that and were touched and blessed by it. This was always a really neat thing to be able to see you or somebody you knew in one of these. The other thing that Disney did is it encouraged its cast members to keep an eye on other cast members as well and see if they did something special. If they did, then the cast members were actually asked to recognize other cast members. They would do this through Guest Fanatic cards. And you would fill one of these out, put the name of the cast member on, where they worked, so forth, and what they did that was special. So here's something else for you to do if you're at Disney and you really want to make sure that a cast member is recognized for something that they did. Ask one of the leaders or somebody else that's working there, hey, do you have a Guest Fanatic card? here's what they just did, and I want them to be recognized. There are some times that they will even have guests fill these out. Most of the time, it's another cast member. Yeah, that's something that'll make your day. You get it right on the spot. Plus, they'll get to turn these in and get entered in for different prizes and drawings, too. But a lot of guests would actually come in prepared ahead of time to give something special to the people that they knew were going to be working so hard to make their day. Down at Silver Dollar City, when I was working as a train robber, and we would rob the train saying, gold, silver, we'd have some kids that would actually find stones and paint them gold so that way they could give the robbers gold. We would have others that would give us food. We had one lady that we loved, the cookie lady, because she would come in and bring us fresh baked cookies. Oh, we love the cookie lady. We would also have guests give us
me eating the cookies
wood
from
nickels,
the cookie lady.
and it was a way for the guests to say thank you for doing something special for me. Some of our regular guests, they would create special things. Like I had this one make a wanted poster with me and bring it back another visit and say, hey, I remember when you were here, and handed me the wanted poster. This has been a few years now, and I've still got it, still love it. We would have some that because it was such a special moment for their family member, that they would want to do something special to remember it. Such as this gentleman who took a picture of his 4-year-old daughter on her first train ride. So he got the picture of her with me and sent me a copy of it. At Disney, we would also have guests that would make up little thank you cards and notes. One family that came from San Francisco, they pulled out a whole big Ghirardelli chocolate bar because the Ghirardelli chocolate factory is right down there at the wharf at San Francisco. But here they said, we want to give you a touch of home. And so here's a whole Ghirardelli chocolate bar to say thank you. That was good.
Oh boy, was it good.
They would also sometimes make up special thank you cards. If a cast member had done something special, they would pull out their cards. This one I got from the Marshall family in South Carolina, just as a small way to say thank you.
And I actually do something like this now as well. If I'm going to Disney in particular, I carry a small little stack of thank you cards like this. The biggest problem I have is I forget I have them. But when I can remember them, if somebody does something even just moderately extraordinary, I try to remember to hand them a card if I can remember I got them. These are wonderful. And you can find these online and stuff easy too.
From Hunter and Hannah in Chattanooga, Tennessee back in 2009, they gave me these as a way to say thank you. Just a small little note. It made my day. It made my week. And here it is 7 years later, and I still have them. So again, thank you, Hunter and Hannah. One of my favorites, though, was the time at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I'd had a family that came in. They had taken a whole lot of pictures, and we were trying to get their pictures burned onto the DVDs, and the machines were just being slow, and they were worried about time, and they had things they wanted to do because they didn't want to stand there for hours. And in the course of talking with them, I found out that they were actually staying at a vacation home that was less than a half-mile away from where I live. I had finally offered, okay, look, if I can't get this thing working for you, I don't want you to stay here all day. You're staying not far from my house. I will drop it by your vacation home and get it to you. As it ended up, I managed to get them their DVD on their way out of the park and handed it right to them, so we didn't have to do anything extraordinary.
It was one of those deals that right after they had left the store, the machine finally burned their DVD after hadn't been doing it for like an hour and a half. And so they had been out of leaving the park. I knew they were leaving and had actually left the park right as the DVD finished. And so I slapped the DVD into the case and I ran out the front of the park and chased them and happened to catch them right before they got on the parking lot tram. And here it is. I got it for you. So it was really kind of nice how the timing worked out there.
Ordinary like that, but it meant so much to them. They actually mailed me a thank you card, and I still got it, that says, thank you for offering to deliver our CD pictures to our rental house in Davenport. When we met you at MGM, and you were going so hard to find our Mickey pictures with our daughter, you were so nice. That was refreshing, because not many people offer to go out of their way for others. So again, thank you. The Guthrie family, Robert, Karen, Jordan, Princess Jasmine, and they add a little P.S. I hope you remember us. Can I tell you, Guthrie family? Yes, all these years later, I still remember you. I remember the moment very well. Yes, I remember Princess Jasmine. It's one of my favorite memories. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Hope you got some good ideas on how to make a cast member or employee's day. Keep those eyes out.
So that is the original thank you video. And I can actually, let's see. And it looks like my wife messaged me, so I've got to check in with her. But I believe I have at least one more. So there's the better than cash tip. I know I did an updated version of that. It's trying to remember which one it was. Let's see. Can't believe I kept that. So I'll have to look and see what the other one was. I may need to update that video as well.
but yes, just small little things like notes can make a huge difference to a cast member. So, really, just a really nice thing to be able to do that way. I'm actually just checking on my stream settings and health and other stuff here, and it looks like we are in good shape on all of that. So that is good. I always like it when I see stuff working right. So, let me see here. What made the day when we were at Disneyland in February? Saying thank you to cast members, smiling and encouraging when a ride broke down. Think it made a big difference. Yes, it does. You would be surprised how often cast members don't hear thank yous and don't hear appreciation. And so a smile and a thank you is huge. You'd be surprised if a cast member does something nice. We were talking earlier about how to get freebies. Just be nice, and you might be surprised sometimes what happens. Don't be nice so you can get something. Be nice because generally you are genuinely thankful. But if I had somebody where I was having a rough time and I had done something bad, and then they turned around, hey, you know what? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Man, that would change my whole day in a heartbeat. So that was great. So yes, hit the cards in your hands, waiting for me to say, pick a card, any card. Cards. Hey, I got Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom cards. Got traders there too. Okay. I got all sorts of stuff sitting over here. Inspired by you, made thank you cards on my last trip. Totally forgot about them until I unpacked it. That's probably the hardest thing for me, is I pack a stack in my camera bag and then I'm running around with my cameras and I forget the cards. And I don't want to put them in my pockets because then they end up all sweaty and gross and stuff. But yeah, try to remember you've got them. They're wonderful if you can remember them. Ever been on a cruise? No. I have been on a few hour cruises. I have been on the Disney Magic. I actually helped film a Travel Channel special, which is actually on YouTube now in one spot. But we were only on for a few hours. We were there early in the morning, filmed a few things in the kids' playrooms because my kids were younger and they liked them at that point. And then we were leaving the boat as they actually started to board the passengers. So I've never been on a real cruise. I would love to go on one someday, but never been. Yeah, so I've been going live for 3.5 hours now, Thomas. That's what I said. I'd be going for a little while, and I'm actually holding up pretty good, but that's why I've had to step out a couple times. So, but yes, Disney Magic sometimes happens because of nice. You are far more likely to get a magical moment, something special, to see something extraordinary when you are nice, friendly, encouraging, and not expecting anything. When you spend some time to let the cast members know that you value them. That's part of the point of the boxes of candy. It's just letting those people that are in those hot, sweaty, overheating suits and costumes that are just dying in there and they're busting their tails for you. Honestly, I think the entertainment cast is some of the hardest working cast, and many of them are some of the lowest paid. It's just a way to say thank you for doing what you do and making magic for us. And they'd respond because you were nice to them. So, one time at one of the All-Star resorts, a cast member actually drove from there to another resort so he could have some detergent for laundry. And that was one thing I loved about Disney, was it at the time it really encouraged us to go above and beyond. The courtesy was huge. Okay, don't just say, oh, hey, I'm sorry, there's nothing here. Can you find a way to solve the problem and fix it and take care of them? So that is a great way to do it. Here's Jeremiah Moore is asking about advice for becoming a Disney theme park worker. This is one of the big things is when you work in a theme park, it is all about the guests, giving them the best experience possible, the most fun, the most exciting, the safest. Disney has what they call the 4 keys of the kingdom. And it's safety, number one, courtesy, show, and efficiency. Safety, of course, that one's self-explanatory. It's above everything else. Safety's always got to come first. Courtesy, be nice, help them out, find out what they need. If there's a problem, fix it. Is there something you can do to make their day from a bad one to a good one? It's friendly and nice, but it's more than that as well. There's a reason Disney calls them guests, because if you have a guest come into your home, you treat them extraordinary. You don't just say, oh, yeah, sit down. You want something, go over there. I'm not going to treat you. You go out of your way to make sure that they know that they're special. Same kind of thing in the parks. Keep everything looking. Disney tells you that you are in a big production. If you've ever done any acting, the whole thing is all acting, but the guests are actually part of the play and production as well. Keep the show up, keep the production. Everybody's in their role, keep that role going. And then finally, efficiency. That's the counting money and how much money do we make and all that. All of those other things come before the money and getting people through line, and those other things. And that's where I get frustrated, because sometimes you see it out of order now. So keep those in order and you will do just fine. And that's probably some of the best advice I can give you, Jeremiah. I can link you a couple other videos, but that's basically it. It's all about making the best experience possible. Safety and then the best experience. Oh, excuse me. I might need to get me a cough drop here. Not because I got a cough, my throat's getting dry. I'm trying to get my tea. I actually had to change my glass because I was thinking, that may not look like tea to some people. Okay. Let's see. So, Jeremiah, I've seen you make this comment a few times too, and I refer to it. A couple things I do want to mention. You're very normal in this at 16, that I want to work at theme parks and then I want to own my own. Generally speaking, one thing to realize, theme park work is very low pay. You're going to get minimum wage, a little bit above. You're going to work long hours. You're going to be in the weather. There's times it'll be hot and miserable, but fun. But you're not going to make a lot of money working at a theme park. Even if you eventually move up into management, you're still not going to make a lot of money. You are almost guaranteed, surely, to never come close to making enough money to build one. Because to build a decent theme park now is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And, in fact, honestly, you're probably looking at $1 billion now, which is crazy if you think about it. That doesn't mean you can't have roles in planning it and helping it, but it's also hard to find any place that doesn't have a theme park already. So, shoot for management. You'll be able to fulfill a lot of your dreams that way without having to worry about the money part of it. So I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to encourage you to don't worry about the ownership, but you can be surprised how far you can go and what you can get involved in if you work at it. But it's going to be a lot of work for a lot of time at low pay. So when you work at a theme park, you're not working for the money. You're working for other reasons. So let's see here. You're working. Let's see. Are you still allowed to ask where a guest is staying so you can take whatever it is they want to them personally? Okay, so the one thing with the CD that was there when I was going to deliver it to them off property, you were not supposed to ask that. Okay, this was an extraordinary circumstance where you were not supposed to ask a guest for their phone number, for their address, for their location, and you're really not supposed to give yours to them either. Just multiple reasons with privacy and safety and impropriety and all of those kinds of things. You're not supposed to do it. That one family I worked with, literally, it had probably been an hour and a half, 2 hours of trying to find pictures that were lost, that hadn't made it on their card. Can we find those? Can we pull them up? Oh, I got one batch. Now we got to find another. And just in the long discussions and realizing that their time was coming up, you get enough visitors in Florida. It's just kind of, hey, where are you staying? Expecting a Disney resort. And we're staying at a timeshare. We're staying at this place. And so it just kind of came out of the natural conversation. And then as you start to realize that, okay, I don't know if I'm going to get this to them before they have to leave. I don't know if I can make this work or not. What can I do? Wait a minute. You said you live over in Davenport? Okay, so do I. if this doesn't work, can I meet you someplace over there and maybe bring it to you when I'm coming home or something? So it was a very extraordinary, not normal circumstance, and not something you normally should do. So yeah, it was very unusual in that regard. So no, generally, is it allowed? Nope. And in fact, I actually went right over to my manager after I was done. Again, part of the process, oh, hey, I did get the CD. Let me run it out. And then as soon as I got back, I called him and said, by the way, just in case this ever comes back, here's what happened. Here was the whole story. And it was one where I had actually offered them my address first. I actually gave them a business card from the church I was youth pastoring at the time. Just so that we could see it was a legit thing. It wasn't just me handing out my address. So totally unusual circumstance. But in a case like that, Disney says, okay, here's the policy. You're not doing this to try to do something for yourself. You're not trying to hit on them or take advantage or whatever. This is above and beyond the call of duty. I actually did get a compliment from my manager for that because it was beyond the normal for the circumstances. Normally not allowed, but in this case, that was all right. So, me and my sister were wearing a pin from the ride, and the cast member gave you the VIP line for Luigi. That is something that a lot of people don't realize. If you have a pin for a ride or a character or whatever, wear it. If you can. And yes, you'd be surprised some of the nice things that will happen. Access the VIP line, extra interaction with the character, stuff like that. What was my favorite park to work? Whichever one I was in. I honestly, David, didn't have a favorite park. I know some people, why don't you look at it as a cop-out? I really didn't. I love them all. Now, I can tell you I didn't like working at Animal Kingdom so much. But I had a blast working at every single one. So whatever park I was in was my favorite. And that is the honest, absolute truth. So, open one here in El Paso. We don't have anything. You've got the border, Hulk. Okay. Let's see. You are very welcome, Jeremiah. Let's see. Rumor has it some DVC members might try to sue Disney over not having access. People are being dumb. Not even going to touch that one, Zach. Yeah. Haven't seen all episodes of The Mandalorian. Absolutely. This is the way. And I have spoken. There we go. Okay. If I ever went back to work for Disney, is there a different role you would want to do if I could do anything? Actually, Sarah, in fact, my last live stream, I actually showed the video where I talked about that exact thing. Basically, it comes down to 3 spots that I picked, one of which doesn't exist anymore. It was called the Dream Squad, and basically the job was to walk around and make people happy. Other one was the Jungle Cruise Skipper. I would have loved to have been a Jungle Cruise Skipper. And then last would have been a character attendant, because some of the stuff that they did was very similar to what I did as a PhotoPass photographer. So that's, if I could be anything, I would still choose photographer, but I would want to do it the old way because I had some freedoms that photographers now don't have. Because I started when I did, and I learned what I did when I did. Me and a handful of other photographers who knew what we were doing, we were given opportunities and freedoms to do things that most weren't. Especially a guy named Steven, Steve was able to get away with stuff that the rest of us were like, dude, you got to do that. But we got to, I got to rove around Magic Kingdom, which at the time people did not rove Magic Kingdom, which means wandering around, taking pictures, whatever. I got to do that. And I helped create a couple spots for that where I got to shoot places and show them that these locations can work as photos and stuff. We got the pre-parade pictures. A bunch of us created those because, like, look, what can we do to make this happen? We were constantly making up stuff. And so we were given some leeway to do some things because we had shown that we could do it. So, yeah, I got to bend rules in ways that photographers now would not be allowed. So, let's see. When I went to Disney World, I had an hour and they wouldn't give me the photo of me and Mickey. They told us 2 hours, but we didn't have 2 hours. Said they can't mail it. So never got it until I went back in 2003. What that could have been from a number of different reasons. Now, 1997. Okay, so Y-Cats, when you went there the very first time in 1997, they were still on film. And this is why they couldn't give it to you in an hour, because it would take time for them to take the picture. Then they would actually have to pull the film out of the camera. Once they had so many rolls of film, then they would take it to the place where they developed it. And it took an hour to process, minimum, just to develop the film. And then you would have to go through and print all of the pictures. 2 hours, actually, at the time in the park was a pretty fast process. It really was. So that's why. By 2003, now they're on digital. So they can actually just hand off the memory card and print it. So big difference back then between having to develop it on film and print it from a computer. So any more Backstage funny stories? That's hard, Hulk. Okay, so any stories about El Paso? It's just like, ugh. This is like saying, here's a house, tell me about a corner. What corner? Where? What do you want to know? So that's one of the reasons why I don't answer some of the questions. And it's nothing against you, Hulk Shooter. It's just hard. People say, what's your favorite moment? I've got 10 years of moments. There isn't one. There's hundreds. So, yeah, stuff like that. Okay. Try to get my focus again. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate that. Crazy Mike. Once on Space Mountain, this girl and her grandma was in front of me on the ride, and it starts up the lift hill. She turns and asks me, is this an easy ride? Nope. Try Disneyland Paris' Space Mountain. Whew. Thank you. Dream role is a character attendant. Great role. Just be aware, a character attendant is also going to get a lot of the guff, unhappy guests. What do you mean you have to step off for a break? Why can't I see the character first? Why do they have to leave for a break? If there's somebody who's going to get some rude treatment with characters, the character attendant usually gets that. But it's also, you get so many incredible, great moments too. Hi, Eric. Good to see you. Okay, no brainer. Disney World's now accepting resort and restaurant reservations for June 1st and later. That is simply because of the 60-day system. That's all it is. That doesn't mean they will be open. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But we are going to have to wait and see. We really don't know. Don't take any date for granted until Disney says we are definitely opening this date. If they're just saying we're closed until at least this date, that doesn't mean they're opening after that. Until they make a big promotion that says, this is opening day, don't believe it. And even then, don't believe it till they're actually open right now, just because of all of the stuff. We're handling quarantine fine. We're actually now done with quarantine. Those of you who don't know, there are a number of people from my son's office that do have coronavirus. And so because of the possibility of it getting transmitted to him, we did go under a 14-day quarantine. He did not get it. We're all fine. And thankfully it came right after my wife got paid. And so we were able to stock the house and do all that. So we're fine. I'm a homebody anyways. I can sit here and not go outside for 3 weeks. And between the computer and reading books and Disney Plus and other stuff, I'm perfectly happy. My wife, on the other hand, she goes stir crazy. So, let's see here. What would you say if you were always known to be really nice and people took advantage of you being nice? Don't be that nice. Okay, no, that's not what I mean, really. You can be nice and still say no. It is not mean to say no when it is inappropriate, when it is taking advantage, when it's not right, when you can't do it. Say no. And don't be ashamed to say no if you have to say no. That's okay. With church, you have a lot of people that try to take advantage. What do you mean you can't give me free stuff? What do you mean you won't do this for me? I don't have time. I don't have the resources. I don't have the ability. I'm sorry. No happens. And yes, there's people that are going to get mad. Well, you're just a mean jerk. Well, no, you're trying to take advantage of me, and I'm sorry I said no. So being nice doesn't mean saying yes to everything. If you say yes to everything, that's actually being foolish. Being nice is, okay, there's a need and I can help with it, or there's a need and I can help point you the way to get the need met. Not, I have to do it all for you. So be careful of that. There's advice for growing up. Sometimes the hardest thing is to say no when you have to. Let's see. Love The Mandalorian. Mandalorian's a great show. Can't wait till the next one. Let's see. Whew. Yep, just reporting an article. Be aware, there's a lot of goofy stuff out there right now that I have seen even reliable sites put out some not accurate stuff, especially when it comes to the theme parks and timelines. Right now, there is no timeline for anything. So anything that gives a time or a date, just don't. So, pray that you guys will stay healthy forever. No, Bobcat, there's this thing called aging that happens, and I'm already halfway there, at least. So, unfortunately, I can't stay healthy forever. There is a point where the body will quit. But then in my case, I do know that I will be healthy forever after that because, well, I promise I don't preach on this channel. So if you want to know about that, you got to go over to my Burning Bush with George Bernash channel or my church page. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Best interaction with the ride attendant. Well, I interact with me all the time. But which ride? Which park? Again, you're talking about something which, okay, in my case, with a ride attendant, I have interacted with probably tens of thousands of ride attendants. There isn't any one incident. And this is hard for some people to realize. I'm 50. I've been all over the place. I've been to, last count, I've been to 80 different parks, and how many rides at each park and how many re-rides at all those parks. And that's a crazy number of people I've dealt with. So there isn't any one incident. It's easier, rather than saying what's your favorite moment or what's your best moment, is to ask me something more specific. Was there an attendant that ever gave you free admission? Or if you can find a way to specify and make it more specific, it's much more likely to trigger a memory than just this tens of thousands of people standing at a gate. So, and that's the hard thing with questions like that. So, yeah, the only thing kind of confirmed is being open by 2021. Yeah, that's about right. 6 months till for all clear, worst case scenario. Thomas, don't even count on that. Again, don't believe any dates. I cannot reinforce that enough. 6 months is not necessarily a worst case scenario. It could be worse than that, because I know far too many people that aren't being serious. And until people everywhere get serious, it will continue to go and grow. And until that happens, if we were to get serious, yes, we could be possibly looking as early as end of May or June. If I keep seeing what I keep seeing, it will be next year, because it won't keep as many people as have been going to the beaches and they're going to the national parks. In our town yesterday, the day before, there was a gathering of 30 or 40 people in our park. And I'm going, hey, people, you're infecting each other. Somebody's got it. Until we stop that, it won't end. So I would like to say 6 months. Unfortunately, I'm seeing way too many people not being safe. I don't have that kind of confidence at this point. So, were there any times on the train where people actually had a medical emergency? Okay, so Hulk, here's a specific thing. I did not have a medical emergency on the train. I do know a couple of my guys did, where they had to radio in, hey, we're rolling into the station as fast as we can, have first aid there like immediately. One was for heat stroke. I don't remember what the other one was. But I personally did not have any in a case like that. Every pull cord I had was a false one. Every single one. So I never actually had to deal with a real medical emergency. The closest I had was the guy we talked about earlier that had cut his head open. And it wasn't a life-threatening thing at all. He was just bleeding, and we got it stopped. So, St. Charles, Missouri is under a tornado watch. There's a lot of areas out there like that now. So, yeah, be careful if you're in any of the areas under a watch. Of course, watch just means that it's a possibility, but let's see. Whew. My lips are getting dry. I'm going to have to play a video again so I can get some more tea. My weather here is fine. Those of you who don't know where I am, if you look on the map, St. Charles, where he just talked about, is up near Kansas City. I'm way down in the other corner. I'm nowhere near it. It's a 3 to 4 hour drive to get up there. So our weather actually passed this morning. It's gone. It's done. We've got nothing. And trust me, I've checked the weather. So I'm good. I'm fine. But thank you for the concern. I have been through a tornado. So keep in mind, Missouri is a big state. From where I am, it's 3 to 4 hours to Kansas City. Then Kansas City, you can draw a line across. It's 3 to 4 hours to St. Louis. And from St. Louis down to me is another 4 hours again. So it's a pretty good-sized state. So, yeah, you can be in one part of Missouri and have some thunderstorms, and another part has absolutely nothing. How does working at the different parks compare with each other? Honestly, they're all pretty similar in their own regard. Theme parks are theme parks, and so you step into them, you step into another role. So there are some similarities. There's a lot of similarities. But of course, 1880s Ozarks is different than Fantasyland, which is different than the World Showcase, which is different than Africa, like at Busch Gardens. So you've got the different atmospheres, a little bit different perks. They all have different admissions to the parks. So, excuse me, the admissions that you get will vary from place to place. Busch Gardens gave, I got in free anytime, and then I would get like 2 tickets a month that I could use for whoever. Silver Dollar City gave my whole family annual passes to go, and then so many more tickets that I could use throughout the season. Silver Dollar City was the most generous. Walt Disney World, I could go in anytime, and I got what was called a main gate that for however many people in my family, I could get those in a limited number of times a year. So I could get 3 other people in with me 6 or 12 times a year, depending upon my status. So different perks in that regard. Silver Dollar City had the best cast food and the best prices on cast food. Disney had nice cast kitchens, but they were expensive. They weren't a whole lot cheaper than the in-park food. But then Disney had a lot of other stuff that others didn't. Cast Connection, where you go buy used stuff, was awesome. All my dishes are from Disney. They were all ones used at restaurants that they had changed out the dishes, so we got to buy the old dishes. So I've got all these Disney dishes and glasses and stuff that I bought that way. So you can do stuff like that too. So it varies. But I loved them all. They're all hot in the summer and cool in the winter. Florida, not so much, but well, Florida did have its cold days. So, no idea on how COVID's going to affect crowds and stuff. They could be packed, they could be empty. I have no idea. I'm not a prophet. I don't try to predict things like that. We'll see. That's kind of my big thing with a lot of stuff. We have a lot of people go, I want to know now. And I'm like, wait and see. Let it play out. Let's see what happens. And that way we can make our guesses and decisions based on real information, not stuff we're making up. So, were there any moms on the train where somebody actually pulled the orange cable? No. I never had a medical emergency on the train. My couple other coworkers did. I never had one. Honestly, I never had a medical emergency at Busch. I only had the one kid get kicked at Disney and one other small thing. I didn't have a medical emergency that I had to deal with on the train with the cable. It was all fake. So I never had those things. All the people I worked with did. I didn't. So, let's see. Natural selection for the ones in big groups. Yeah. Shanghai Disney isn't open yet. Yeah. Shanghai started to reopen a few things, and now they're starting to shut them back down again. So, we'll see. I have no idea. how it's going to happen. I have no idea. So, yeah. Let's see. Do I do Halloween Haunt? No. I do get asked this occasionally, why don't you go to this stuff? I like Mickey's Not So Scary. I like Boo to You. I like the Pumpkin Nights at Silver Dollar City. I like child-friendly Halloween stuff. If it involves blood, gore, scares, stuff like that, it's not my thing. Not interested. Never really been interested. Not into that kind of stuff. So the Universal, the Busch Gardens, the Six Flags, the Cedar Fair parks, all of their Halloween stuff, not my deal. Haven't been to any of it. Well, okay. I did go to Cedar Point on a day when they were supposed to have sun. That was the one that got rained out. But I wasn't going in any of the houses and stuff. I have just never liked that stuff. So that's just me. So let's see. They should put River Song on Ace and Disney to handle Rook. Oh, I can think of some things to handle Rook Guess. Oh, let's see here. Oh, a lot of family you didn't even know you had. Actually, Zach Harris brings up one, which I actually did a video on, about how many people come up. Oh, you're working at Disney. You can get me in. Yes. So let's see here. So here, let me give you a link in there. So this is something you can watch later. This is a 10-minute video. It's not something I think is necessarily a fun video, but it's informative. So this will tell you about how the admissions to the park work. There's a link there in the chat for you now. And that will cover what I call the best and worst perk. It was awesome to be able to get people in, and then you hated how many people start calling you saying, hey, you're my buddy, pal, can't you get me in? Did you guys keep the lost and found items not claimed? Different parks handle that differently. I don't know what Busch Gardens did with it offhand. Disney had a deal where everything ended up, it would go to the park's lost and found section. If it hadn't been moved out of there in a day or two, then it would go to a central lost and found property control, if I remember right. And they would try to match it up with people. If it still didn't get matched up with people after a certain time, depending upon what the item was, it could possibly get returned to the cast member who found it, in some cases, or it would be put on sale to the rest of the cast members. And we would see amazing cameras and lenses, and some incredible stuff go on sale to cast members that people had lost and then never claimed. Disney was amazing about getting people matched up with stuff they had lost. But we wondered sometimes, why didn't anybody claim it? Strollers. Oh my goodness. Strollers at the yin-yang at it. Especially the little collapsible folding ones. So all sorts of stuff like that. I remember they had a prosthetic leg in there one time. It's like, how do you lose a leg? So, but yeah, all that kind of stuff they would sell. So I never paid more than $1 or $2 for sunglasses when I worked there. I just go to Property Control, Cast Connection, and buy a new one. Never did get the good cameras. Could never get that. But my camera lens caps and stuff, I always bought there. Why spend $5, $10 on one when I could go spend a quarter? And, hey, if I lost that one, I'll just go spend another quarter. So you can always find stuff like that there. But, let's see here. Do I do meetup with your fans? I generally do them at parks, so I won't drive down to Pine Bluff. Although, Pine Bluff, that is actually an interesting... hang on, I'm looking it up here to make sure that it is where I think it is. Because if you are where I think you are, and I'm trying to look at my maps here and go, okay. The reason, okay, that's where I thought. So here's a little secret for you. I have no plans to be in Pine Bluff anytime soon. However, my family history roots are actually down by Fordyce area, and I'm not going to tell you exactly where down there, but we actually have an old family cemetery that's down there, and we do need to bury my stepfather at some point. So I don't believe we're planning on doing it this year, maybe next. But at some point, I will be down in that area for a couple days for that. But I don't generally do meet and greets on those things. I do them at the parks or around a visit to the park. So when I went down to Disney World the last couple times, we met at Disney Springs and some things like that. So that's generally how we do it. If I'm going to be out traveling, though, for family stuff and everything, that's family stuff for me. So I don't generally just go, hey, let's have a meet and greet everywhere I go. Although if you run into me in a park, just because I don't have a meet and greet, if you do see me around because you happen to be where I am, please don't hesitate to say hi. I'm happy to talk to people. Happy to say hi. Happy to get pictures. If you go onto my SirWillow Facebook fan page, I've got a bunch of pictures I've taken with fans that I have met in various places. So please do that. But Pine Bluff is not a place I would plan on having one because there's not a theme park there. So, poor Galaxy Llama thinks we're ignoring him, but we'll. My favorite memes, the ones that make me laugh. Okay. Any proposal I saw and did where they said no, never did. I only had a handful of proposals, and they all said yes. So very happy I didn't have to shoot a bad one. Let's see here. How comfortable is the chair I'm sitting in? Very much. I do wish there was a little more padding on the bottom. This was a birthday present, combo birthday Christmas present for me this year. And so you can kind of see that, yeah, it has a really nice lumbar support and everything. It was a $250 chair that we got on sale for $90. I like sales. So, did I see or feel a Christian influence at Silver Dollar City? Yes and no. Silver Dollar City was originally founded by the Hershon family. Pete and Jack and their mom, Mary, are the ones who did it, and they are very devoted Christians. And so one of the big foundation principles was to see their faith in action, but at the same time, it is also a business. The Hershons still own it, but they don't run it anymore. There's a whole complete different management system in place. And so there is still at least a respect for that. They do still have a church in the park. They do still have a park pastor, but at the same time, they don't focus on it so much because they know that there's a lot of people in the area who are Christians. They definitely market to that. They realize that if a great way to make money in the Branson area is to appeal to Christians. And so they do enough that people will say, hey, Christian company. But like any company, they don't hire just Christians. So there are definitely people who work there who are not, including some in management. So while it's more open to being Christian, I did have more opportunity that if I saw a guest in need, I could go pray with them, for example. So that kind of thing was fine. On the train, I would actually close my conductor spiel with a blessing, a generic one, but I pray that the Lord above blesses you and yours in great abundance. Nice, simple. And so I was allowed to do that. I would not be allowed to do that at Disney or Busch. So it was more open in that regard. But at the same time, there were some things I was kind of like, So, but that's any company. So, ever gotten a lights on backstage tour of a ride? I did a couple. No pictures, no photos, not allowed, big no-no. I did get to see parts of the Haunted Mansion that way. I did get to see parts of Pirates and parts, because these weren't official backstage deals. I did get to walk through Splash Mountain. So I have done those. But have I been to St. Charles? Yes, I've been up there. Okay, I'm going to have to get me a video here. So what video am I going to play here? Let's see here. Eat more hamburgers. No, Mike, I have too much padding already. So, hi, Aaron. Let's see here. Just past the 4-hour mark. Yeah, that's why I need to get another video so I can go refill my drink and stuff. And Mr. Dorito Man, I am sorry. Everybody's trips are canceled right now. And it's for good safety reasons. I know it stinks, but yeah, it does kind of, it needs to be a thing right now. Because trust me, I had couple trips planned myself that didn't happen. Okay, so let me find a nice fun video here to give you guys while I step over and refill my tea and let my voice rest just a little bit. Let's see. And try to get one that people haven't been watching in a little while. So what could we do here? Oh, Toontown Memories. That could be fun. Well, you know what? Here, let me do this. I may come back to the Toontown Memories, but we were just talking about Silver Dollar City and Faith and stuff. So I actually did a video way back in November of 2016 about Faith and Prayer Parks and how it worked, how I was able to do it, and actually how even my own faith lived out. So let me play this one for you.
Isn't the only place that...
Let's see. American Plunge is a wild... Thought you had said the American Plunge is a wild ride. No, American Plunge is tame. It's a flume ride. Okay, so let me give you this one. And yes, this isn't a preachy video, even though it's got the shirt that looks like it. But it just talks about how my faith relates to how I work in the parks and how I approach it and how I lived it out for everybody else. So, enjoy.
At the top of a roller coaster isn't the only place that people pray in theme parks. Here's some stories about faith in action in the theme parks. Okay, quick disclaimer. This isn't a preachy video. You're not going to get slammed over the head with the Bible or anything. Relax. It's okay. Even if you don't like religious people, I think you're going to like this video and the stories I tell. If you haven't watched my Who Is This SirWillow video yet, then you may not know that my other job on the side is that I'm actually a pastor. So theme parks are my hobby, and yes, I work at them, but that's what my real work is. And generally, because of appropriateness and policies, and just the fact that it's not necessarily the right thing or the right place and time to do, I don't mix the two. But it does affect how I do my job. In fact, one of the reasons I like to help people to put a smile on their face is because it's my way of being able to bless them. I'm actually living out what I believe. At Disney World, as a photographer, there would be times when I'd be roaming around the parks and I would have a lot more time to interact. While it was still very rare, there were occasionally a couple times that I did step out of my normal role just a little bit, but I tried to make sure I kept it very appropriate. At Disney, as at most other parks, you're not supposed to do that, and for good reasons. But that didn't mean that there weren't times when I would see families having a hard time or people upset with each other or something was going on, that I wouldn't quietly pray to myself, help them to have a good time, bless them, take whatever's happening with them right now and help them to resolve the issues so they can put a smile on their face. Because who wants to be at the happiest place on earth and not be happy? That just stinks. And so I would pray for people as they would go by me while still doing my job, but do it very quietly so that nobody knew. But there were a couple times I did step beyond that. I can remember one time at Magic Kingdom, we were having a number of high school groups come in. Grad nights were coming up and kids were visiting. And I can remember as I'm on Main Street that there was this one high school girl that was sitting on the sidewalk on Main Street, crying. And there's nobody else there. What a horrible way to be at Disney World. So I kind of walked up. What's going on? Is there something I can do to help? And so I sat down next to her because I wasn't busy. It wasn't a time when a lot of people were coming in. And I saw somebody was hurting. And I just sat down with her. It turns out she'd been here with a group of friends. And her friends, as they had come into the park, had gotten into a big fight. And they were arguing. And this whole group of people had basically shunned her out and left her. And she was sitting there all by herself after having this big argument and fight. Nobody to be at the park with. She'd been there for a couple hours by herself and was just miserable. And so I just kind of sat there and nodded. So sorry. And what can I do? Trying to be very gentle and not trying to be too nosy or anything. Hey, would it be okay if I prayed with you? Would you? Absolutely. And so I just sat there and quietly prayed with her. You know, Lord, you know she's having a hard time. And God, here she is at this place. She should be having so much fun. Let something wonderful happen. Help the fight resolve itself. Help her friends come back. Help her to have a good time, a wonderful time. Then instead of being bad memories, that this would be the greatest day that she has ever had. And as I finished praying for her, and she thanked me and wiped a couple tears away and started to smile just a little bit, and somebody comes running up. There you are! I've been looking for you! We're gonna go do some stuff, and you gotta come with us! And she was almost immediately grabbed by her friend, and off they went together. Yes,
prayer answered. And like I said, again, this was rare. I didn't do this because you don't want to take the chance of offending somebody. One other time, too, that I stepped out a little bit. There was another family that come in, and it was a larger family. You could see right as soon as they walked past the train station and were starting to come down Main Street that they were arguing, fighting. There's grandparents, and there's at least 2 sets of adult kids, younger kids, and everybody's bickering and squabbling, and it's probably about 12 people, and nobody's happy. Grandma is in tears. People on average save over 5 years to be able to go to Disney World. So here they are, they're on their family vacation, and it's not going well. And so I stepped in a little bit trying to see what I could do. You know, hey, can I help you find something, answer any questions, do anything to help? Do something to try and help you all be happy? And started talking with them a little bit, answering questions, trying to distract them from whatever it was that was going on. Helped them work through it a little bit, gave them directions, and as they went up, they decided that they were going to split. One family going towards Tomorrowland, the other one, I think, going to Fantasyland. And as they went up and started going their directions, Grandma just kind of stayed behind a little bit and lingered, like wasn't quite sure what to do. And she stood there for just a moment, still very obviously emotionally upset. Hey, would it be okay if I prayed for you? Please! She grabbed onto me. Okay, we can do this. And I just began to pray for her, that everything that had been going on would be forgotten and left behind. She gave me a big hug, cried just a little bit more, and said, thank you so much. You have no idea how much it means to me. Put a smile on her face and headed on out to find the rest of her family again. Silver Dollar City, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different theme park. If you've never been to Silver Dollar City, being in Branson and the Ozarks, it is firmly rooted in family and Christian values. In fact, it is one of 2 theme parks that I know of that actually still has an operating church in it. Yes, there is a church in Silver Dollar City called the Wilderness Church, and it actually has services at it. Every Sunday morning before park opens, there are 2 employee chapels. And then after the park opens, there's 2 actual church services for all the visitors to come in. And they're packed. The one other park I know of that has a church in it still is Dollywood over in Tennessee. I know Knott's Berry Farm used to have a church in it, and somewhere around 25 years ago, they actually moved it out of the park and across the street because it actually had an active congregation. In fact, I remember going to visit it a couple times when I went to Knott's Berry Farm years ago when my kids were really little. Silver Dollar City, though, has as one of its traditional values that they try to portray itself as a Christian company. And because of it, it allowed a couple other opportunities. When I was working on the train as a conductor and robber, I was actually not the only pastor working on the train. There was actually another one as well. When we would rob together, we would laugh because here's 2 pastors robbing trains. But we're not robbing you. No, we're just taking offerings. But he started doing something when he was conducting that I quickly picked up and started doing once I realized it would be okay. And that's at the very end of the train ride, we would pray a very brief blessing over everybody on the train. I don't remember exactly what Kevin's was, but mine was something along the lines of, now may the Lord above bless you and yours in great abundance. Real simple. Real generic, sincerely felt though. And then afterwards I would give them the instructions on how to get off the train safely. And generally that was about as much as I did Silver Dollar City. The neat thing with Silver Dollar City was as long as it didn't interfere with your job, you just weren't allowed to be preachy. But if somebody had questions or wanted to pray, that was okay. Don't do it if they didn't want you to. Be respectful of the people around you. A good example of that is one time when I had gotten off the train. I had prayed my blessing, closed the ride, everybody's getting off, and a lady from the second car out of 4 starts making a beeline towards the back for me. And she's looking a little bit upset, and I can see there's tears in her eyes, and I'm going, uh-oh. And as she comes to me, she says, were you the one who prayed? Yes, ma'am. I want you to know how much that means to me right now. Really? You have no idea. That's so important. Thank you, thank you. Okay, it was just a generic little thing, trying to make sure I could pray without offending and being okay. And then she says, can I talk to you for a few minutes? And so I looked around, we had an extra conductor, and so they were able to take care of the station. My boss, who was working with me at the time, kind of waved and says, yeah, go ahead. And so I stepped outside of the train area and over to another spot that was on the side, out of the way, so nobody was walking by. Okay, so what's going on? We're here with our family, and we've been planning this vacation for a year, trying to get everybody together, and my husband came down with cancer and got really sick, so sick that he wasn't able to come, and we debated canceling the vacation. But we decided, no, with everything going on, they've been going through so much stuff with him being sick, so we have to go out. We've got to do something fun. So just you praying, that meant so much to me. Really? Can I pray for you and your family? Would you please? And so we were able to stand aside with the whole family, and I was able to just pray for them, and that God would touch her husband. Well, about 2 months later, the company receives an email from this lady, and I found out because they had actually brought it up at one of the big management meetings where they bring in all the park leaders and talk about what's been good and what's been bad. And
okay, so you remember on the deal where I said it's better than a cash tip, and I had that card
that was signed by all the park leaders. That's what this was. That's what it was from. Was this? And they read this email to the whole park leadership. And your first thought when you hear that the whole park leadership was heard is, oh no, this isn't good. But she had written a letter that essentially said, thank you so much for this employee. I want you to know how important this employee was to me. And she told the story about how her husband had been sick, how the family had been saving up, how he wasn't able to go that day, and that when I had seen the need, I had stepped up and prayed for them. Well, she said in her letter that the next day her husband was feeling so much better that he was able to come to the park and spend the whole day with them. That in itself was a miracle. And they truly believed it was an answer to my prayers.
Oh, wow.
And then she sums up, and it was the last time we got to go out because about a month after that, he passed on. At that point, I could just say, thank you, God, for giving them an extra day, an extra time, and that I had a small part in it. Thank you so much for watching the video. I hope that you... So, and one of the key things I hope people will take away from this is when it comes to being a person of faith, the big thing about it is if you're really a person of faith, it's not about you. It isn't give me, do this for me, feed me, take care of me, make me happy. It's about other people. How can I serve them? How can I bless them? How can I make my cat not meow like that? That was just weird. And that's one of the things I loved about the parks because it put that in practice, in that my job isn't to make me and serve me and deal with me and my problems and all of my stuff. It's how can I look beyond me to them and help their problems and put a smile on their face and bless them and encourage them and do something special for them. It's one of those deals that I tell people all the time, if you focus on your stuff, you are always going to be miserable and you're never going to see what you want. But when you focus on other people's stuff and their needs and issues and how you can help them and bless them, then your things seem to fade in importance. Whether it is health, whether it is money, whether it is jobs, whether it's just a moment of happiness, doing something small. The more that you focus on other people, the happier you are going to be. And I have seen, there's a discussion going on about scoliosis right now. And I don't want to downplay any health issues or anything. But I have just found that when people stop focusing on their own problems and say, well, you know what? I'm not going to let this hinder me from helping other people or doing something for other people, or how can I do it, and focus on other people's stuff. I have seen people get delivered, that health conditions have gone away, that I watched a friend that their cancer plane disappeared because they said, you know what? The doctors tell me I got cancer, but you know what? There's people who need my help, and I'm going to go help them and do what I can. And it just seemed their whole positive outlook about let me bless others instead of looking for it for me. Not woe is me, how terrible am I need healing, God do this for me, but others. And I've seen amazing things. So, and invariably, I find that the people that are only focused on I need, I want, they don't see it happen. And unfortunately, I see that a lot as a pastor, that the people who can't go beyond themselves rarely see what I would call a victory over that, rarely see what they want to see. Even if it's happening right in front of them, they won't see it because they're so focused on their stuff. And I could easily get preaching here, so I'm going to be very careful and not do that because I don't want to. But in a generic sense, look beyond yourself. How can you be kind? There's wonderful sites out there. The Random Acts of Kindness is wonderful and stuff like that. So look for ways that you can do unexpected kind things for other people. And the more you do it, you're going to find that the more your own situation is better and not as bad as you thought. And so that's one of the best things I can tell you. And like I say, if I'm not careful, I will start to preach. So, so I don't want to go on. There's a couple of stories I'm like, I can tell this. If I do that, I'm going to get really preachy. So, But, whew, would you all believe we have been going almost 4.5 hours? That is quite a while. My cat's meowing partially for food. She is also just old and doesn't feel real good. She is 15, approaching 16 years old, and doesn't eat well, doesn't feel real good. So she likes to a lot. So, but yeah, it is kind of approaching their dinner time as well. And I can tell that my energy is starting to go. So, I think I'm going to get ready to start wrapping it up, and we'll kind of leave it on that high note. Thank you so much for everybody that has watched and joined. I can see our numbers are starting to kind of go down just a little bit as well, but it has been fun. I hope that this has been a blessing to you. I hope it's helped you not worry so much about stuff going on around. Again, we will get past this. We don't know when. We don't know what the timelines are and everything. I leave that in his hands. We're going to get through. And when we come out the other side, we will see some great stuff happen. So just hold on. We're living history here, folks. There's going to be a time 100 years down the road where they're going to be reading about what's happening to us right now. Yeah, kind of a crazy thing to think about, isn't it? But hold on tight. We will get to that point where we can get to the parks again. We will be able to get to Silver Dollar City and Carowinds and Disney, and it will happen. Just hold on and we'll get there. So thank you so much for everybody for joining me tonight. Thank you for being here. I hope you have had fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's helped take your mind off other things. Thank you again to the couple who gave earlier. So again, thank you, Zach. Thank you, London. I really, really do appreciate that and your generosity. More than anything, I'm blessed if I've been able to bless you. While I appreciate the gifts, this is an opportunity, as I was saying earlier, for me to give to you. And I hope it's helped you. I hope it's encouraged you. I hope it has been fun to you, because you're the reason I'm doing this. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. God bless.